said, no, there's an actor named Michael Cena. I said, Lord have mercy. And naming your youngins after a water.
Isn't, Don't Freak 2 on streaming right now?
Oh, I don't know.
It was.
We go to the movies.
I know, we tried. We just didn't get to this
We saw Free Guy and
Free
Shang-Chi.
So
Free Guy was so good.
I love Ryan Reynolds. He can do no longer.
What's the name of the interface guy? Chad, what? Chad?
What?
Internet,
Try Ward.
Ward. Okay.
Interface guy.
The mailman.
No, I think, yeah.
Alright, I came with it.
Yeah, no, I think she knew that.
I didn't take my laptop home. I thought if I gotta deal with it, I just come up here.
Well, I thought if I don't take it, then I'll take it off. So at the very least, I'm gonna ward it off by not taking it home. So I put it in the bag and I dutifully dropped it in the back seat. Right out there and it stayed there. I won't keep it.
Was your battery dead this morning?
No, I turned it off before I put it in there.
Yeah, I think they.
Not an idiot.
Ay!
I think the next really good thing that we're all gonna get to see is a WWE match between Nemo and Joe Biden. And I think that's gonna be very interesting. She's gonna whoop his ass.
That's right. I'd like to kick his ass. And Kamala too. I take them both on at the same time. She'd probably be laughing the whole time because that's all she does.
Yeah, see, Mom's like, I'd like to see him try and tell me what to do.
Yeah. We were talking to Danielle last night, and she said something about, yeah, the only people that aren't getting vaccinated are Republicans. I said, where the hell did you get that information? What's your source of truth? She said, what did she say? KKF or something, which is the Kaiser Foundation, which is based in California. I'm like, Danielle, please. You know that the media is liberal based. Don't just take
Like
something.
CNN might be a major contributor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George Soros probably funds it.
Nemo said we didn't have to listen to him. He's not our real dad.
That's right.
Have you seen that?
Yes, I did, and I loved it.
Yeah.
Brandy,
Danielle said, well, everybody I know has been vaccinated and is a Democrat. Well, everybody I know has been vaccinated and is a Republican.
Well, here's the deal. I do think everybody should be vaccinated. I don't know that they should be made to be vaccinated. I believe in our freedom. Okay, that's your choice to be vaccinated or not. So even though, yes, I would.
Good morning again. You have joined since our last sound check. I'm hoping that you can see and hear me clearly. We have about 5 minutes until we begin our TED300 Training Environment Build class. You can give me a green check in the participants window if you can see me and hear me. And if you need any help getting set up for class, you'll want to use the Q&A to all panelists. Wendy and I are going to be your trainers this week, and we are happy to help you get set up, make sure that you feel successful for the next 3 days. We'll start in about 5 minutes.
It's just your right. I mean, and if you, here's the deal, Brittany. This is how communism and socialism have started at the state level. Yeah. It started state by state by state. Before it was a national, I don't even know if it's still a national mandate. I think it's a state only. The state.
I know the military.
Well, but you're talking about, I'm talking about.
You gotta give up on your rights when you're in the military. To a degree. To a
But
degree.
I don't think it was a national level, so you have to take a state by state.
So what's the route between the last and
Oh, he's saying that the governors will do what I tell them to do. And she said, I'll do what My people do what I tell them. And I'm gonna do what's best for my
Did
state.
you hear about the chant at all?
But she was saying people didn't have enough common sense.
Okay, but it is their right to be stupid. And she knows that. We will not be told.
That's why a lot of people have babies they can't afford, but they still owe their legs.
Actually, not.
Right.
That's what Michael said about people that have had 6 or 7 kids, about 6 or 7 different people. That's the last thing you'll definitely say ignore. Is tell them not to do this. So that's not it.
Then we become China. Population control.
But she believes in our right to be stupid. Just like I do.
Damn it, I fought hard for that right to be stupid. Oh, he said all federal workers except the Postal Service, which is 640,000 people, and the legislative branch.
Except for them.
Yeah.
It was 2 of them sitting at a table, and they went to clock in, and, or badge in, and their badges didn't work, and some guy from admin came down and told them, that as of September 1st, they were no longer on payroll. And they said, so we're fired. He said, well, you're terminated. They said, but we didn't quit, so you're fired. And we don't have a, like, a drop list, or we don't have anything that says. So apparently that's another one of those at-will saves that they can just fire you because they want to. That's right. Well, I mean, that's what I was, like I said, I would rather everyone would take the vaccine. That doesn't have a health contraindication, but it is no one's right to tell someone they have to do something. And like right now, if you ask me, aside from Governor Giuliani, I feel like I am being wrongly taxed without representation. She is the only one right now that's standing up for my rights. Everyone up there with her and above her is against us.
The next thing we're gonna do is possibly birth control. Before she can take birth control.
Well, you know what? If they'll keep supplying those little blue pills, they really should. I'm just gonna be honest. Yeah, 'cause he ain't our real daddy. Yeah, you think you're hungry, and then you gotta eat your own.
Yeah, thank you. That's how you lose weight.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought I wanted that chicken to eat really bad. I took like 3 bites.
12. Where did they come up with 12 pounds? That's amazing.
What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about?
Now we're talking about Ozempic.
What is that?
It's a diabetic drug.
Helps you lose weight by
One of
killing
the
your
4
appetite
that
because it
I
makes you
take.
nauseous.
And my blood sugar's still whacked through.
How I can do with it?
Hey, sunshine. My A1C was 7.6.
I'd kill somebody for A1C like that.
Denise, that is not good.
Good morning. We're going to get started in just 1 minute here. Looks like we're waiting for a few more people to join the line. While you are waiting to get started, do make sure that you have your training tools folder downloaded with your assigned state name, that you have your training companion open, and you have access to all of our tools for today. If you have questions in the next minute here or throughout class, let us know in the Q&A. Thanks.
You gotta fight for your right.
Better, but I scored her right to be dumb and not do that.
That's right. You know the Beastie Boys actually hate that song.
We almost had to upgrade. We almost had to.
Why did they hit that song?
I was like, are you serious?
We almost had to push upgrade.
Why?
Because that damn ER. No, girl, I'm glad I didn't. I came up in here for the upgrade. They
Oh,
have
because of that.
9 traumas.
Oh my God.
I don't know if the DSM is that. Yes, when I shot at the park. On Reed Creek.
Did they catch you?
I don't even know. I did not go over there. Teacher's like, you can come over and help. I said, no, I'm gonna go home.
Do you understand that there are people standing out here with shotguns at your door? I ain't coming.
Crowd control.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
That's the police were standing in the front doors of the ER were rocking.
They had, sheriffs and police line the entire, ambulance bay all the way around to the door.
They were at somebody's house, I think. But there was like, yeah, they were like 15 to 17. They were all young.
And somebody just came and shot it up.
How late was it?
Somebody who
Just
obviously
after
wasn't
midnight.
invited.
That ain't late.
They ain't got no business being out that late.
15 years old, midnight. You just getting started.
Like who?
You can't control these kids these days. I don't know what to tell you. I did all kinds of shit I wasn't supposed to.
Why you always say I'm the one with all the dirt? He's the one that knows everything.
David does know everything. That's David's stuff.
That's right.
And Devon, I'll have you know, my curfew was 10 p.m. until I got married.
My curfew was 12 o'clock, but I was always out past 12 o'clock.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to TED300 Training Environment Build. We are
My
so
wife ran this thing
excited
after
that
curfew.
you are here on this
I was the only one who had
pretty
curfew.
gloomy Monday here in Madison, Wisconsin. I hope it's a little nicer where you are. But we're so excited that you are joining us at the beginning of the week here in order to learn about training environment build and kind of all of the nuances that go along with having a successful training environment for your end users as they learn. There's a few folks who are chatting in some questions about the instructions that you're seeing on my screen. We're going to make sure that you are set up for success here. One of the ways that we want to set you up for success is making sure that you do know how to participate in a virtual platform here. So there's a few folks that are chatting in, there's a few folks that are using the Q&A. Just right off the bat, I want to tell you how to best participate in class. So from your WebEx toolbar where it says you are viewing Kayla Drosey's desktop, I'd love for you to open up these 3 panels right away here, the participants, the chat, and the Q&A panels. Participants, chat, and Q&A. When you are sending a message, whether it is in the chat or whether it is in the Q&A, right off the bat, make sure it is sent to all panelists. Wendy and I are your trainers today. We'll introduce ourselves a little bit more in just a second. But we are the panelists and we'll be able to help answer your questions as we go through class. If you have questions, please use the Q&A to let us know what those questions are. You can send those questions to all panelists. These questions might be something like, what do most organizations do about X? Or what page are we on? Or I can't get something to work. Can you help me? Anything that you want us to be able to respond to, you should use the Q&A for. On the other hand, the chat is what I consider kind of like our witty banter. Sometimes I'll have you chat in responses to my questions. I might ask, who else it's raining where you are, you can let me know in the chat. Again, you'll want to use the Q&A for questions that need a response. I like to distinguish the difference between these two boxes right off the bat because we're spending 3 days together and we just want to make sure that we can answer the questions that you type in. Our chat window is kind of a scrolling bar of chats that come in. So the Q&A is going to be the best place to get you the answers that you need to questions that you have. Finally, on the participants window, we have green checks and red X's. Wendy and I will be asking for green checks when you are ready to move on or when you're done with an exercise. Red X's also very helpful to let us know if you need a little bit more time or something's not loading for you. We also have a fun emojis palette that you can use in lieu of the green checks as well. In fact, why don't you let me know that you found the participants window by giving me an emoji of your choice in the participants. I'm going to give you a round of applause for being here on a Monday morning. You know, it's 8:30 here in Wisconsin, but it may not be 8:30 where you are. So shout out to my West Coast friends who got up early for this class. Awesome. Thank you so much for all of the emojis. I see some coffee lovers or maybe tea lovers out there. That's great. The last thing I want to let you know about on your participants window, it's not on this screen, but is the audio button. At the very bottom of the participants window, there is an audio button. So if I ever sound a little bit choppy or you need to disconnect because you have a call over, you know, the break that we're having, you can reconnect via that audio button. But I'm guessing from all the emojis that I'm seeing that you can hear me okay. So that is good news. Before we do introductions, just a little bit about expectations for our virtual class. We have all of these WebEx tools available so that even though we're not seeing each other face to face, we can interact and learn from each other. So I just ask that you be present and engaged throughout class. I know when I am in a big meeting that's very long or some sort of virtual training, it's easy for me to get distracted. So I would encourage you to, you know, turn your phone off if you can or close your email. We will be taking breaks every hour or so. We'll be taking a 10-minute break, a couple in the morning and a couple in the afternoon. And so that would be a good time to get caught up on anything that you need, or hopefully just take a stretch, take your mind off of Epic and work, take a quick walk, grab some coffee, and so on. As we'll see in a second when I open up a poll, I'm assuming that there are going to be people coming from lots of different learning places and experiences in this class. So we have follow-alongs that I'll have you follow along with Wendy or myself in the system. We'll also have some exercises in which you can go at your own pace. My hope is that you'll be able to follow along with most of those workflows. If you ever need to take your hand off the keyboard and just watch Wendy or myself walk through something, that is okay. Want to make sure that you're understanding the concepts and how you can apply this to your training environment build at your organization. It is okay if you do not complete every single exercise or go through every single step in class. That's why we practice after class. That's why we have kind of this certification track. And that's why you'll be able to use these resources after class when you are working on your own environment for your organization. So with that, I'm excited to get to know you a little bit better. I'm opening up a poll here to see where we are coming from. So you put your name in the participants window already. Thank you for that. If you didn't put your initials that were assigned to you for class in today, you can always add them tomorrow. I'm interested to know where you are in terms of your role, where you are in terms of your training program development, and a couple of other questions about kind of your familiarity with Epic. I also have one fun question for you. You can just chat that in to all panelists. I love autumn, and I realize it's not autumn in every single part of the world, but in the United States, it is turning fall. So I'm just curious as to what your favorite part of the fall season is. Again, you can chat that in when you get to that point of the poll. I'll leave this poll up for a minute here, and while I'm doing that, I want to take the opportunity to introduce Wendy and myself. So my name is Kayla Drozy. I primarily train Epicare ambulatory workflows and build here as a trainer at Epic. So I focus on those outpatient workflows and build, as well as a lot of specialties, including my chart, our patient portal. So if you have any questions on that side of training environment build, certainly let me know. One thing that I really love about training these TED classes is just having the opportunity to integrate with lots of other applications. We know that Epic is a highly integrated system, so it's always fun to get to hear other perspectives. And I just have a couple of pictures up on the screen here of me biking at my parents' farm, as well as cheering on Bucky Badger from the University of Wisconsin with my husband, Matt. I would say that's probably my favorite part of fall. I see Lindsay chatted that in as well. Football season. Now, the Green Bay Packers did not look good yesterday, but I'm hoping it will be a better season as the year goes on. I will let Wendy take a second to introduce herself as well. Wendy, I can't hear you, but let me know if you are. There you are.
I was double muted. I'm sorry.
Classic.
I know, I'm telling you. Hi, everyone. My name is Wendy Reeb. I am one of the continuing care revenue cycle trainers. I also train our hospital billing classes in addition to this TED class. And like Kayla, I really do love to work with the TED classes because it does give us that wide variety of applications and to gets us to train with trainers that we don't often get to train with, which is really cool. You can tell by my picture, I love my pets. I have 2 cats right now, and they are one of my favorite pastimes. And I also love football. So Kayla, don't worry, the Bears, the Vikings, and the Lions lost. So we are all tied for first place in the NFC division.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Wendy. So Wendy will be working kind of behind the scenes while I'm training this morning. And then after our midday break, we'll be switching gears. And Wendy will be kind of taking over as a lead trainer, and I will be behind the scenes answering questions. So thank you all so much for answering the poll questions and chatting in. I want to share some of the answers that are coming in here. So in terms of
tenant that wanted to start. She said,
actually, let me see if I can share these poll results with you. Hopefully you're seeing them on your screen, but I'll also talk verbally through them with you. Looks like most of us are coming from that principal trainer role, which is what I would expect. So welcome to the 39 of you who are principal trainers. We also have a few analysts on the line. Some of you might be doubling in that role of analyst and working as a trainer. A few credentialed trainers on the line as well. In terms of where we are in our training program development, about 14 of us are preparing for go live.
Not tomorrow.
About double that are post go live and are optimizing and improving training. And a lot of us are taking over this role from someone else. So what we're really going to be focusing on in this class is how to build our training environment or optimize our environment no matter where we are in the process. So whether you are just starting off on your MST build journey, or you've been live for a while and you're thinking about a rebuild, or you're thinking about fixing some things that maybe didn't go right the first time, all of the tools that we're going to talk about in this class are going to be applicable to you. As I would expect, we also have a wide variety of experience on the line. So about half of us are saying most of this is new to us. We did some of the pre-class work, but otherwise we are fairly new to training environment build. Some of us have trained Epic from a training environment, so that gives you a little bit of a leg up to see, okay, what does the system look like? What should I expect from a training environment? And then a few of us are more experienced. Maybe you're here for a refresher because you're doing some sort of refresh or rebuild. Some of you have built or updated a training environment before as well. A few of you have been to a class or event at Epic. Maybe Wendy and I will have to show some pictures of our Epic campus if you haven't been here before. Perhaps the most important question is, what is your favorite part about fall? A lot of people chatting in just the cooler temperatures, especially if you are down south. It is probably very warm where you are. I'm sure you're looking forward to cooling off a little bit. Hillary is a big fan of Halloween. I actually have a little game related to how much of a curmudgeon I am about Halloween. So I'm glad that there are some Halloween fans on the line. Christina making apple pies. I love apple picking. That sounds amazing. A few football fans. Colby's ready for sweater weather. I'm totally with you there. Jamila's a pumpkin spice person. So if we have any pumpkin spice fans, someone just sent me a picture of pumpkin flavored hummus the other day. I don't know, Jamila or anyone else, if you have opinions about pumpkin hummus. I was surprised that that's a thing, but I don't know why at this point I'm surprised. And a lot of people also chatting in about the fall foliage and the leaves changing. Our leaves probably won't be changing for another month here in Wisconsin, but definitely looking forward to that when the time comes. A lot of people saying no to the pumpkin hummus. That is okay. I'm not judging you one way or the other. I think I'm with you, though. That pumpkin hummus doesn't exactly sound appealing to me. All right. Thank you so much for chatting in. I'm really looking forward to getting to know you a little bit better as we go throughout class. And with that, let's make sure that you have all of the materials that you need for class. I want to get us logged in. I want to make sure that you have everything downloaded. I want to bring up an email that Wendy sent out last week. It looks something like this. It should be called TED300 Class Information. So if you don't have that pre-class email up or you didn't print it off, go ahead and search for Wendy's name in your inbox or search for the subject TED300 Class Information. You might have used this pre-class email to get into our WebEx today, but there's also two really important class materials that I want you to make sure that you have. First, the TED300 Training Environment Build Training Companion. We're going to be using this training companion for exercises and for class content, so you'll definitely want to have that available to you. Maybe you printed it out, maybe you're downloading it as a PDF. Either one is totally fine. And then finally, we have several trainee files that you will want to download as well. So it's a zip file that you're going to want to download here. If you haven't downloaded that yet and put it on your desktop, please do make sure you do that right now because it does take a couple of minutes. Now, we won't be using those files for maybe another half hour or so. But I do want to make sure that you have them ready when the time comes. The other important information that you are going to have in your pre-class email here are your assigned class users and abbreviation. So in the red section of the pre-class email, you have a state abbreviation. Wendy and I are going to be using AL, but you have another state or maybe province. We have more than 50 people in class today. So some sort of state or province abbreviation. It is not going to be the state that you are from. If it is, that is a complete coincidence. And I appreciate that several of you put your state or province abbreviation in your WebEx name. If you didn't do that today, it is okay. You can always do it tomorrow, but that just helps us with troubleshooting. You also have some assigned users that we will be using in class. So for example, at the very beginning of class here, we are going to be going into an exercise where you will be using your physician login So you want to make sure that you have your physician user ready to log in. I'm going to do a quick check-in here. I want you to give me a green check if you have all of this completed. Green check if your training companion is open, your files are downloaded, and you know your user information. If the answer is no to any of these and you're having any trouble, remember that you can send questions to all panelists in the Q&A. So if you can't find your pre-class email, if you're not sure, what your state abbreviation is, Wendy can look that up for you. Let us know in the Q&A how we can help you. Just make sure that you have all the materials that you need for class. If for some reason you can't find that green check, I see a couple people chatting in that you're ready. That is totally cool as well. And in regards to the chat, I see your question, Anne, just saying you can't see anything in the chat. We have that set to all panelists, so we will verbally share out any relevant chats that come in, like people's opinions about pumpkin hummus, for example. But it's okay if you're not seeing anything. That's what we would expect.
I tried, clicked on forgot your password, and then it said I was logged out.
All right, I'm going to wait just a couple more seconds here before we move on together.
Well, it worked now. It just worked. Yeah.
I see a couple of red X's. If you're giving a red X, do make sure that you are chatting in to the Q&A, I should say. Questions to the Q&A. Your issue, if you haven't already. The second thing that I want to make sure that we have is access to our virtual training environment. So follow along with me. We are going to go to access.epic.com. Access.epic.com. So even if you are in the EU or somewhere international, we're all logging into access.epic.com for class. And you are going to want both virtual training hyperspace and virtual training text on your Citrix. It should already be there for you. Virtual training hyperspace and virtual training text. If you don't have one of these for some reason, you can see these steps with me. You're going to go to Apps, and then you can search the word virtual to find virtual training text or hyperspace. So again, if you don't have either of those apps, go to Apps, search virtual, and then you should be able to find them. And if you click details, you can add them to your favorites so you don't have to go through the search process again. We won't be using virtual training text just yet in this first chapter. What I do want you to launch, though, is virtual training hyperspace. So launch virtual training hyperspace with me. It should bring you right away to a login screen. So you should see a hyperspace login screen. If you aren't brought to a login screen right away, the other option is you could be brought to our very cute confused cow asking what environment you want. I just want to double check our environment. We are in 1046. So if for some reason you're getting this confused cow like me, search for 1046. And when your Hyperspace login screen launches, just like mine, you're going to log in as your physician. So you're going to log in as your physician from your pre-class email. It should be your abbreviation, then 00, with a password of train. To beat that, we are going to log into virtual training text together in the next chapter. So you don't need to quite worry about text yet. I do want you to log into Hyperspace though. Again, you're logging in as your physician from your pre-class email. I'm going to do the same here. I'm logging in as my abbreviation 00 with a password of train, accepting my default login department, and I'll have you give me a green check again when your screen looks like mine. You're logged in as your provider into our virtual training Hyperspace.
Hello? How's it going?
Thank you for all the green checks again. Wendy is being like an all-star question answer already behind the scenes, answering all of the questions that are in the Q&A. Again, red X also helpful if you are not seeing what you think you should be seeing, or you're not sure what instructions, maybe you missed something. Certainly let us know in the Q&A.
I guess you open up at 7.
Once you are logged into your virtual training Hyperspace, you could take your hands off the keyboard for now. We will be using our physician in an exercise as we get into our first chapter. Again, you can accept that default login department, which should be EMC allergy. All right. This is fantastic. Susan, I know Wendy's working with you. Stephanie, let me know how you're doing. I don't see a green check from you yet. Hillary, let me know. Erin, I know we're waiting on your environment, so it's okay to just watch for now. Amy, Chai, and Christina, let us know. Perfect. Okay. Before we move on, what questions do you have about anything that we've talked about so far this morning? You know, it's a lot of logistics as we get set up for this 3-day class. The one thing that I don't think that I mentioned in full is just our midday break. So I told you that we will be taking breaks throughout class, 10-minute breaks here and there to kind of take your mind off of Epic, take a quick stretch. And we'll also take a midday break between the AM and the PM sessions here for an hour. So from 12 Central Time to 1 Central Time, we will be taking that 1 hour midday break. So if you have any meetings, you need to walk your dog, or you're trying to plan your next meal, I'm always looking for my next meal. I just wanted to let you know we will be taking that mid-class break somewhere between 12 and 1 PM Central Time. All right. Well, with that, I would love for you to turn to, in your companion, the first chapter, Understanding the Building Blocks of Epic. We've already done kind of our introduction chapter. You can turn with me to page 2.3. Page 2.3. Understanding the building blocks of Epic. So in this chapter, we are going to be kind of reviewing some of those things that you learned about in your prerequisites, maybe in TED 105 if you've taken that class. we want to make sure that you know kind of what a training environment looks like. What are some of the main pieces of terminology related to Epic Build, not necessarily specific to training, but just in general, as an analyst or as a trainer, or as someone supporting MST, what are some terms that you should know in relation to how Epic works behind the scenes? On page 2.3, our first exercise has you explore a training environment. And let's actually brainstorm this first question together on page 2.3. And I'll write some of these up on the screen as well. In a training course, what are some things we need in our environment for class to run smoothly? So maybe you have trained a class before, maybe you're just envisioning that first class that you're going to be training. When I log into a training environment, what are some things that I would expect in order for class to run smoothly? Use the chat to let me know. Absolutely. Realistic patience. I need to have users. I like this robust chart. I love that phrasing. Yeah, accurate medications, orders, claims, charges. I'm going to add to a robust chart. I need like encounters, right? Maybe my patients actually need to have an appointment of some kind. Referrals and orders. Oh, I like this. Like accurate toolbars and activities, right? If a user should have access to this activity in the real world, we want them to have access to it in training as well. Absolutely. I'm going to add on to robust chart. A lot of people are also chatting in patient history. Fantastic. And thank you for sending these in the chat to all panelists. That's so awesome. So Wendy can see your responses as well. And I've really shared out the gist here. I know there's some more specific things that people are chatting in. In general, we want this to be a realistic environment similar to production, right? We want there to be patients that seem real, that have like a real type of history and encounters. We want the medications and orders that our users are going to be ordering to exist in training. We want the claims and charges to be similar to what we would see in the real world. And a lot of people also focusing in on when we have users and patients, we should each have our own users and patients for class. So if I have 12 physicians that I'm training, all 12 of those physicians should have their own set of logins and their own set of patients so that they're able to go through the workflows without bumping into anyone else. Much like we're doing in this class, right? You each have your own assigned province or state abbreviation so that we don't bump into each other. Fantastic. Okay, so in this first exercise, you are going to be exploring a training environment, hopefully looking for all of these things. Do you have a department to log into? Are there patients on the schedule? Are you able to, kind of play around and see what is realistic about this environment? I have 9:06 on my clock here in Madison. I'm going to give us 9 minutes to work through this exercise. You can give me a green check when you're done, but I'm assuming we're going to regroup right around quarter after the hour. And when you are done on page 2.5, again, you can give me that green check mark. This will take you from page 2.3 to page 2.5. We have already logged in as a physician, so you are actually already on step 3 in this exercise. Again, give me a green check when you are done.
begin to want to see you. Thank you. Steal whatever you want, man.
And she was like, this Kristen. And he was like, where are you? This is out on time.
All right, it is 1:15, so let's regroup. It also looks like the vast majority of us were able to get through that exercise. If you didn't, it's okay. The idea is just to observe what a training environment looks like and also start to review some of those terms related to EPIC structure. I want you to meet me on page 2.6. Meet me on page 2.6. We won't be going over all of those fill in the blanks in the exercises, but I wanted to use this as just kind of a jumping off point for some of these main EPIC terms, starting with our review of chronicles. Now, we love to use this analogy of chronicles being like a filing cabinet. I'm waiting for the day when filing cabinets are like obsolete completely and people don't really know what a filing cabinet is. But let me know, give me a green check. Do you have a filing cabinet in your house or in your office? I feel like it's not obsolete yet. Okay, great. I'm seeing lots of green checks coming in. So Chronicles is our database structure within Epic. And we think of it like a filing cabinet because it's storing all of our information. And like filing cabinets, Chronicles is organized into master files, which are going to store specific types of things. So maybe in your filing cabinet in your office, you have receipts in one part of the filing cabinet or drawer, you might have invoices in another part of the filing cabinet. That's what we think of when we think of a master file. A master file is storing one type of thing. Those master files store records, which contain contacts, and on those contacts there are items and values. At the very bottom of page 2.6 and 2.7, I want us to fill in the blanks of these different terms that I just talked about. And we'll go into a little bit more detail as well. So again, you can fill in these blanks at the very bottom of 2.6 onto page 2.7. Master files are our drawers within our filing cabinet holding information about a particular type of data. And we can identify different master files by their 3-letter abbreviation or INI. Now in this class and other classes, we will never test you on those INIs, but they do make you sound very cool at parties when you can identify those 3-letter abbreviations. So I actually want you to guess what these 3-letter initials or INIs are for these different master files. Chat in, what do you think the EPT master file is? So just a couple of examples. What is EPT? Yeah, patience. Awesome. How about EMP? What is EMP? I think EMP employee. This is our user master file.
You there?
Give you one more. You do not need to know this. This is just to say some INIs do make sense, some of them don't. What about this kind of clinical in nature? ERX. Any guesses there? ERX. Got it. Medication. So a lot of our master file INIs do start with E for epic.
I can't see
Some
your
of them
video.
make sense, like epic RX, epic medications. Sounds great. Some of them have numbers in it. Some of them are a little bit nonsensical as well. Again, we won't ask you to memorize them, but it will make your life easier. You'll probably work with, I don't know, 15 to 20 different master files on a pretty regular basis. Might be good for you to know those INIs. A couple of good questions coming in. So first of all, as you are maybe filling out your training companion, know that there is also a with answers version that you can download on Galaxy. So if you do not want to fill out everything as we're going through, there is a with answers version on Galaxy. This slideshow that Wendy and I are using is also available on Galaxy. And in relation to the master files, Jamil is asking, where do we find the INIs for the master files? There is a list on Galaxy of all 900 master files, but in your training files, like your cookbook, which we'll talk about later, in setup and support guides, the INI will be available. So again, not something that you necessarily have to memorize. Okay, next we have records. Records are holding particular information about a thing. So if I have a patient master file, I have a record for every single patient in the system. So each patient has a record within that EPT master file. Each user has a record within the peer user master file. One note that you might want to write for yourself is records have a name and an ID number. Records have a name and an ID number. And when we search for records in the system, we can search by either the name or the ID. That ID number will be unique to that master file. Right? We can't have two medication records that have the same ID number. But we might have two names of records that are the same within the master file. Right? You can imagine that there might be patients in your system that have the same name, but their ID numbers will be unique. So we think of records as like the file folder within our filing cabinet analogy. And in that file folder, there are going to be contacts, kind of pieces of paper that track data over time. So a good way to think about contacts is like each encounter for a patient. Every time a patient has an encounter, a contact is added to their record to keep track of that particular encounter. On that piece of paper, we have items and values. Items are like the questions, like what is the patient's address? Values are the answer, like 700 Epic Lane would be the answer to that address item. What questions do you have about these terms with Chronicles? Let me know in the Q&A what questions you have. If you're looking for more reference text, page 27 and 28 or PDF 18 and 19 has a little bit more reference text about those different terms. Wendy's also dropping into the chat a few helpful links for you if you'd like that with answers version of the companion or the list of all 900 INIs. Something that I would not recommend printing out, but might be helpful for you depending on the situation. Right. Another thing that you took a look at in that exercise is reviewing the facility structure. So you had a few questions asking about like departments in that exercise. Let's do a quick review of facility structure. The facility structure is representing the physical arrangement of your organization. And when we think about this in relation to a training environment, we want you to be able to log into the actual department that your users are going to be logging into and have it really model the actual organization structure that you have. So the top level of your facility structure is facility. You will have one facility record to represent your entire organization. Below facility is service area. Service area is going to be used to separate distinct business entities within your organization. So thinking about billing billing folks. Depending on how large your organization is or how kind of wide of an impact it has across your country or maybe the globe, you might have one service area or multiple. Next, we have location. You might also know this as revenue location. It's kind of the official name, but I think of location as physical buildings. So an actual standing hospital, actual clinic. Those are our locations. And within locations, we have departments. This is where your users are working, where patients are receiving care. So we have different departments or units where our users are logging in and where patients are being seen, whether it be pediatrics, the lab, radiology, labor delivery, others. Now, if I am inpatient in nature, there are actually two more specific levels to this facility structure. If I have any inpatient folks on the line, but what's more specific than departments that we use in inpatient specifically? Yes, beds and rooms. Beds and rooms. So if I have an admitted patient, we'll be talking about what to do with admitted patients in training. I will be admitting them to a room and a bed. Inpatient folks, department is as specific as we get here. Turning to page 2.10 in your training companion, where it says rule of specificity. When we think about the facility structure, it is a hierarchy, and we use this word hierarchy a lot throughout EPIC. When we have multiple records that are all related, some are more specific than others. Our facility structure is an example of a hierarchy because there are settings that are available at each of these levels. If we have settings that are configured at multiple levels of the settings hierarchy, the most specific levels setting is used. So for example, if I have something set up at the location level and something set up at the department level, tell me which one is going to win. Chat it in. If I have a setting at the location and at the department, which one wins? Yeah, exactly. The department in this case, department is more specific. Now, if I don't have anything at the department, then the system is going to look to that next most specific level setting. So if there's nothing set up at department, then I'll look at location. If there's nothing set up at location, then I'll look to the service area. If there's nothing set up at the service area, then I'm going to use facility. So this is important just to know how these different records work together, but also from an efficiency standpoint, especially for you analysts or builders out there, we don't want to unnecessarily fill in values if we can let our hierarchy kind of do the work for us. All right. Turning to page 2.11, the last set of terms that I want to review with you in this chapter have to do with staff-related records. Again, this is something that you started to explore in that exercise that you did at the beginning of this chapter. You logged in as a user, you saw different startup activities, and all four of these records together really to ensure that as an employee at an organization, I can log into the system, I have access to the tools I need, and those tools are kind of in the right spot in hyperspace. So on page 211 and 212, there is an overview of these 4 types of records. What I want to do is just give you a bit of an analogy for these 4 different staff-related records. And I'm going to try to put my drawing tools to the test here. I like to think of hyperspace as kind of like a room or a house. And I have a person who lives in this room. This person is a user. If I am logging into hyperspace, I need to have a user record in order to log into the system. I also might be a provider. And so this user has like a little badge of some kind to indicate that they are a provider. Chat in for me. What are some examples of users who are also providers, or we need an SER record? What would be some examples of users who are also providers? Yeah, I'm thinking about clinical users, pharmacists, doctors, nurses, counselors, surgeons, physical therapists. Yeah, if they have clinical credentials, if they're authorizing orders, those are good examples of people that might need a provider record. Okay. On the other hand, give me an example of some users who are not providers. They do not need a provider record. Yeah, billing staff, registration, medical assistant could maybe go either way depending on what they're doing. Customer service, registration desk. Yeah, great examples. People on really the non-clinical side are not going to be authorizing orders or scheduled with patients. They don't need a provider record. Okay. Next, this user has some keys. This is a key ring here with different keys. And that represents our security classes. Thank you, Natalie, for the great artist compliment here. So these are keys, just to specify here. And so what my security class does is give me the keys to give me access to the things that I'm seeing in my room. So right now my room is kind of blank because I haven't gotten to the next record yet. But my key is going to determine, can I unlock the closet in this room? Can I open this chest of drawers that has like memories or like old letters in it? Can I open this filing cabinet? So security is going to control what I can or can't do in the system. As you can imagine, depending on who I am and what credentials I have and where I work, I'm going to have more or less security than other people, right? If I work in a hospital, I'm going to have some hospital-related security. If I work in an outpatient clinic, I probably will not have that inpatient security. My last record is the role record. That really has to do with the overall layout that I'm seeing in my room. So if this is a bedroom, I have like a bed here. Maybe I have a plant in the corner. This is a plant. I have a desk with a chair. My role record is determining the layout. Where am I going to see my hyperspace toolbar? What activities are going to be on there? What's under my Epic menu? What are my startup activities? So my role record is determining where activities live. Where can I find the desk? Where can I find the bed? Where can I find my different toolbars? So maybe this analogy of a room kind of helps you with these 4 different records. What questions do you have about the nuances between user, provider, security, and role records? If you are typing your questions, certainly keep it coming. I'm going to get rid of this magnificent artist work in just a second here. And in your companion, you can turn to the study checklist on page 2.17. Just like in other training companions, there's review questions and answers that you can do after class at the end of the chapter. And on page 2.17, there is a study checklist. And Priscilla, my question was just, what questions do you have about these records? At the end of each of our chapters, we have a nice little review slide here as well. I have one quick review question for you, just about one of the terms that we talked about in this chapter. And that is about our chronicle structure. We have date-specific information about a record. So if you want to keep track of dates or things changing over time, what term is that within our chronicle structure? Janet, 10 points for you. You're the speediest typer. But everyone else is getting the correct answer here as well. Contact is the term that we are looking for. Our contact keeps track of date-specific changes over time. Absolutely. A couple of other reminders here, just really making sure that our users have the right things when they log in. As you said at the beginning of this chapter, we want to make our training environments as realistic as possible. To read through this on your own, take a peek at the study checklist. And why don't you give me an emoji if you are feeling good about this first chapter? Or put a red X if you have a question that you're going to put into the Q&A. So that emoji when you're feeling good, or red X if you have a question. Jamila has a good question about adding contacts. We're wondering, when should we add a new contact as opposed to creating, when should we create a new contact versus when shouldn't we? Really depends on the level of the change. Your organization is probably going to have policies related to when we create new contacts. So in general, if I'm making a big change or several changes, I want to create a new contact. If I'm just updating maybe a typo, I probably would not create a new contact. But your organization should have specific policies about what constitutes that new contact or not. Seeing a lot of emojis, not seeing any other red X's. So with that, it is almost 40 after on my clock. Let's take our first 10-minute break of class. We'll come back at 5:00 after the hour and talk a little bit more about our training environments in Chapter 3. If you have any questions in the meantime, let us know, but we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
There's two kind. There's the I think there's some. What I have there is yeah. Yeah, use the stick stuff, the sticky stuff. Yeah. How much is it? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Mhm. All right. See.
training us, or that's super weird that we should do it at the same time. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's can you tell me the
Hello? Hello?
Oh.
Folks, you got a chance to take a little stretch break, maybe grab some water, another beverage. And before we get into our question, those of you who have attended Epic classes before know that we always do a fun break before we get back into content. This is a way to get ourselves settled back into kind of learning and thinking, and also take our minds a little bit off of the system. One of my favorites is doing the New York Times mini crossword. Our team is very competitive on the training team about the mini crossword, and I also compete with my husband Matt every day. He already texted me that he was able to do this in 1 minute and 15 seconds, which might be hard to beat, but let's see how we do. I'll be starting with the across clues, then we'll go to the down clues. Okay, one across, an adventure story. Is it? Could it be epic? Is this amazing? How about a cry of victory? Maybe a yell? Not so sure about that one. I think I'm going to skip it. 6 across, where there's something. Maybe a will? Okay, Kathleen, Lisa, a couple people chatting in. Where there's a will, there's a way. It must be a way, right? Nice. Okay. Han Solo quote, never tell me the nice Natalie and Christopher odds. Okay. Let's try the down clues. If you're easily frightened, one of these must be wrong. Maybe not. Any ideas? If you're easily frightened. Is epic wrong? It must be. What about I need to speak with you? Social media metric? I think that's like, so maybe are we like all wrong on all of these? Oh my goodness. This has never happened before. Let's just see. And the opposite of west southwest must be east south or east northeast. Okay, Okay, so we must be wrong on some of these. I'm going to get rid of a will and a way. Aaron is saying 6 down is SFO. Okay, the Bay Area Airport. That makes sense. Cry of victory, I win. I like that, Suri. Wow. All right. An adventure story has a tale. Ooh, where there's smoke, there's fire. Of course. Oh my gosh, nice job. Wow. You know, where there's a will, there's a way really worked well, but where there's smoke, there's fire is the correct answer with all the other clues. So let's just review here. If you're easily frightened, you're timid. If you need to speak with you, a word. We had likes and SFO. Wow. 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So Matt beat us today. Maybe we'll beat him tomorrow. I still think the 2-minute mark is pretty impressive. We'll see if we can beat that time as the week goes on. Whew. That definitely got my blood pressure going a little bit. Hopefully your heart rate is up. And let's calm down a little bit as we get into chapter 3, training environments. So you saw an example of a training environment in the last chapter. Let's talk a little bit more about the training environment structure, specifically in this chapter. So thinking about where a training environment comes from, who's involved in creating them, how that structure works is going to allow you to kind of take advantage of this build structure in order to build one time and have your kind of efforts trickle down into other environments that your learners will be using to learn. So understanding the basics of this training environment kind of structure is going to be critical to understanding that foundation before we actually get into the build. So you've already seen a little bit of this training environment, maybe in other classes or in TED 105. But just as a quick recap, 3 key environments that all organizations are going to use are proof of concept. This is where our analysts build
Got it.
to kind of represent their system. The TST or testing environment is where we do testing in order to make sure that everything built in proof of concept is accurate and works appropriately based on our organization's workflows. Production is where our end users log in to do their jobs. So none of these are training environments. Just a couple of questions here about why we don't train from these environments. Answer this question up at the top here. Why are we not training out of production? Why are we not training out of production? Yeah, Christopher in all caps, HIPAA with an exclamation point. Yes, these are real patients. We do not want to just like document and give everyone diabetes in the real world. That would be horrible. So patient safety for sure is the number one reason. Also distractions, right? We don't want to slow down production by training out of it. We don't want to break anything. We especially do not want to document fake things on real patients. That would be horrible. Okay, what about TST? Why don't we train from our testing environment? Kelly has an interesting answer. Tanya, I like your answer as well. We want an environment for training that is stable and has all of the build that we need. So those are the 2 answers that I have on my screen here. Stability and build integrity. A lot of you typing in some other answers, a few of you saying like we need to be able to refresh the environment. Our testing environment doesn't refresh. We do need to get like fresh patients every so often. Yeah, also saying it might not reflect production. Yeah, things might change between these environments. and Colby also mentioning, like, this has a specific purpose. It is for integrated testing with our analysts and our testing coordinator. It is a separate purpose from training. So we have so many environments, and we're going to fill these out in a second, essentially to make sure that we can do all of those things that you just mentioned, that we can refresh our environments, that we have fake patients instead of real patients, so that we have some build integrity and stability, and also so that we are using environments for a specific purpose, right? We don't want to take advantage of the testing environment or production environment and use that when it really is for a specific purpose. So on page 3.5 in your companion, and actually into page 3.6 is where you see this specific environment structure diagram. I want you to take a couple of minutes to see if you can fill this out on your own. So this is reviewing the training environment structure. Training environment structure. I just want to see if you can do this on your own. We will definitely go over it, but this was in your prerequisite workbook, so let's see how you do. Why don't you give me a green check when you are ready to go over these answers together. If you need assistance, on page 3.5, there is a brief explanation of the different environments before you fill out the diagram on page 3.6. You might want to look at that first. Again, give me a green check when you're done.
But then regular eyelash on me only lasts like 1 day or 2. Well, it probably won't last long enough. Yeah, let me know how long it lasts.
LED stuff too.
Do you have to put it under a light though? Well, let me know how long.
Somebody had a good trip this
They
weekend.
did.
Get a new house too?
We're attending.
Awesome.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, wait a minute, where is this house located?
Crestview.
Enterprise, is it? That's a couple hours away. Would you try to remote?
Let's take about 1 more minute, and then we'll review these together.
I got to figure out.
I'd be willing to stay if I could.
Like that's gonna change anything.
I know, but I can talk about it.
They'd be stupid to let you go.
If they let, I mean, it's better than hiring a contract person doing that.
Yeah, because
And I already know all this stuff.
they'd have to hire somebody and train them, and they don't know what you know.
You got to close it, close it too, wouldn't you?
She's supportive.
I'd work to make sure they keep her.
Supportive
Right.
of it not working out and her driving.
I mean, I would give up my option to work from home.
and staying at my house.
Hey, I'd give up my option to work from home to let her have it. I'd give my
Oh.
day to.
Hey,
They don't let you share PTO or nothing no more. They ain't gonna let you do that.
they still have the option on birthday.
I know, I saw that, but I don't think they let you do that. They don't let you do that.
I'd give up my day at home. I don't work from home anyway, should I buy
Right, right, let's regroup here. We'll fill out this diagram. Maybe you have all of the answers correct. Maybe you're just thinking about it and you're going to fill it in with me.
Crestview has a water
For
burger.
our training environment structure specifically, we
Oh, we'll come
create
visit you. They have water burgers.
MST
The 331 exit.
from our test environment
I like
or
Whataburger.
production environment. Now, you do have a critical box on page 3.5, just with some wording changes that have happened over the last week or two. MST stands for Model State of Training. In the past, if you've been around the block and you've built an MST, you might have thought of this as the master state of training and had master patients and master users. That verbiage has changed over the last couple of versions to model state of training. So same idea. We have one example of a user, one example of a patient, one example of the pristine training environment, calling the model state of training. The reason why I'm bringing this up is, first of all, so that those of you who are familiar with that prior naming convention know that the change is happening. And also, there might be some places that you see in certain documents in which model has not yet been the replacement for the word master. So if you see master anywhere, think model. In this case, MST stands for Model State of Training.
But I mean, I would even start off a
Our
conversation.
next environment is the refresh environment, or ref.
That's right. Kathy Baxley does because she has to.
And that trickles down into our patient prep or prep environment. Now, I am curious, why do we have these two environments? Why do we have a ref environment and a prep environment? Why can't we just build an MST and then kind of have all of our environments that we're using for class trickle down from MST?
Exactly.
Why do these two environments exist?
Start out the negotiations with, okay, 3 days a week. No, want to work from home 5 days a week. It's doable, and we would support it.
Denise said this was okay, so nobody's gonna.
Yeah,
And Denise
absolutely.
will give up her day
Ref
at
in
home.
particular is going to serve as a backup, or a lot of people are using the word buffer. So if MST changes, or maybe if I'm doing like a refresh, upgrade of some kind, I might sever the tie between MST and ref so that I have this backup environment that doesn't have those changes.
That's how you need to start your negotiations.
My prep environment might also have some specific patient prep that I do not want to occur in my MST or ref environment, but that I do want to trickle down into my subsequent environments. So in general, we have MST, we have our ref environment as a backup or buffer, and then our prep environment, which is copied down, which will then add some more specific patient prep to.
Hey, what were they saying about Dee this morning? What was
Okay. From here, what environments am I actually going to be training out of? Chat it in. What environments am I going to be training out of? Yes, my ACE environments. Maybe you learned about this in TED300 I have to admit that I had used the word ACE for a very long time before I realized what it meant. Does anyone know what ACE stands for?
Okay, look,
What is
let's
ACE
get
an
all our
abbreviation
shit up
for?
and move her cube way the hell over there. Because we've been
Yes,
around
Addison. Oh, lots of people know this. Again, the first time I learned this, I've been using ACE for years and never thought about it. Actual classroom environment. Totally makes sense. This is my actual classroom environment. So this is what I'm actually training out of, are my different ACEs. I also have a playground environment so people can practice after class, and an exam environment for them to take their UPAs or proficiency assessments. Now, a couple of things just to note, and this is where your organization might vary from other organizations. You might have from anywhere between 2 and 5
set up a 31 booth.
ACE environments. And that is going to depend on, and this is on page 3.7, how many trainees you have logging in at one time. How many classes are you holding in a specific day? Are you doing any rollouts or add-ons? Depending on what applications you are training, what refresh schedules are going to be necessary. So for example, if I'm training inpatient nurses, I might have some night classes for those nurses. I want to have a different refresh schedule than other ACE classroom environments. There are also some applications in which a weekly refresh is going to be more beneficial.
No problem.
So I'm just curious, if you know how many ACE environments you have, can you chat it in?
5 days a week.
Not a right or wrong answer. I think it's just interesting to know that organizations are different. Now, I think I said 2 to 5 is most common, but a lot of people are chatting in more than 5. I see 7, I see 10, I see 6. I also see some that are less than 5. The most common number that I am seeing is 5, though, which is interesting. So again, that's going to depend on how big your organization is, how many people you're training at once, how many apps you're using, and so on and so forth. You don't have one ACE environment for each application, so that is something I want to just clarify. But depending on what refresh schedule is going to work better for that application, they might need to have their own ACE environment.
She's more salty when I move like you, though.
She was
Okay,
pretty
interesting.
salty about that.
So mad at myself.
Sam, you were.
Let's turn to page 3.8 and 3.9.
If you love something, set it free.
And start to think about how this fits in to our overview of MST Builder. Again, our model state of
As
training
Nemo
build.
would say.
We're going to be referencing this slide a few different times as we go through these different tasks. So almost all of these different bullet points that we see here are going to be steps that we do or chapters that we complete in class.
You know, as hard as it was to see my kids go off to college,
On page 3.9 in your companion, you also have a table that's very similar to this overview. What happens before our MST environment is copied? What happens on that very first, what we call day 0, when MST is cut? And what happens in the days and weeks after that MST has been created? So page 3.9 might be a page for you to flag. One question that I have as a preview here is, where can I find my specific tasks to complete? So page 3.9 is not going to have the specific tasks for your application. Where can I find the specific tasks that I need to complete in terms of what my plan is for departments, what my track logistics are, what patients I'm teleporting? Yes, Christina, Matt, Penny, Ernesto, Rissa, Colby, Megan, Jacqueline, absolutely. My cookbook. We are going to be referencing your cookbook. We have one that's specific to TED300, just as an example, throughout almost every single subsequent chapter here. So while this big picture diagram on page 3.9 is a helpful high-level overview, if you're looking for what are the tasks, in what order do I need to complete, your cookbook is really going to be your source of truth. 100%.
I don't know that he wants serious, he just wants monogamous. Because his first college girlfriend scared the hell out of him.
Now, this overview that I'm showing here might seem like it is geared toward those of you who are not yet live on the system and have not yet done a full MST build yet. I want to reassure those of you that indicated this morning that you're already live and you've taken over this role from someone else, that almost all of these steps are going to still apply to you. If you turn to page 3.10, I want to talk a little bit about ongoing maintenance. So those of you, again, who took this job over from someone else, who are working on a refresh of some kind, who are optimizing, you know that there's going to be ongoing maintenance over time, right? your production workflows, what your end users do
He's over
when they
by
log into Epic is going to slightly change over time with new development, maybe with new applications that your organization is installing, with just the changing world of healthcare, right? A lot of things, for example, changed in the last 18 months with COVID, moving to telehealth visits and kind of getting creative with care. And so as a result, our training also changes. So as our production environment changes, we want to make sure that our MST environment also reflects those workflows. And so as we think about that ongoing maintenance over time, we kind of have three options for maintenance. And this again is on page 3.10 in your training companion. We can upgrade, we can refresh, or we can rebuild.
Y'all want to hear a good clean joke?
So upgrade is exactly what it sounds like.
What's the world's
Upgrading
largest pencil?
to a newer version of Epic. I'm curious if you know
Give up?
how often your organization upgrades. So we do release
Pennsylvania.
quarterly releases. Do you take every quarterly release? Are you upgrading twice a year, once a year? And again, it's okay if you don't know, but I'd like to share out what people do. Okay, a lot of people are doing quarterly upgrades, so taking every 3 months that new version of Epic. A lot of people saying 2 times a year. So you take like 2 upgrades at once every 6 months. That totally makes sense as well. Yeah, okay, so those are the two most common, is either taking it every 3 months or every 6 months. And so when your organization does their upgrade, you will probably also upgrade your MST environment as well. The next option has to do with a refresh. So using our front data courier, which we'll talk about a little bit in a second, and manual build to fix workflows and basically update MST. So you still have your same MST environment, but you're using a combination of data courier and manual build in order to bring those new tools into your MST environment. Rebuild is going to be completely wiping MST and creating a new MST environment. Now, out of these three, which one do you think is the toughest? Which one's going to require the most work? Yes, absolutely. A rebuild is going to be the heaviest lift out of these three options. So what you really want to think about, not that your organization will never rebuild their MST, but what you want to think about is if something isn't matching production, if there are patients that aren't quite working, if there's workflows that are a little bit sticky, what are my options in the refresh portion of ongoing maintenance that I can do to mitigate those issues before I have to do an entire rebuild? Megan has an interesting question coming in saying, how frequently do most organizations find they need to do a complete rebuild? If you are doing a rebuild at your organization or you've done one, I would love for you to chat in and tell me like what were the circumstances in which you did a rebuild. I would say in general that we try to avoid a rebuild if we keep ongoing maintenance consistent. So if you are taking those upgrades 2 or 4 times a year, if you are fixing workflows on a regular basis, hopefully things don't come kind of too out of sync. So a couple of examples coming in just for you, Megan. Penny says that they had a really large upgrade over multiple versions. So it was like instead of upgrading, they were going to be so out of sync maybe that we just decided to do a rebuild. Christina's saying they did a rebuild because billing broke. Wow, that sounds fun, Christina. So if there is a large portion of your environment that no longer works or makes sense, that was when you would want to do a rebuild. Yeah, and that's what Anne's saying. When we have a lot of build that's no longer valid. Tabitha's saying that they've only done it once in their 10 years. Yeah, That makes sense. So again, not that you can't do a rebuild, but it certainly is going to be the heaviest lift. It's just kind of like anything else. I think about this with cleaning my house, right? If I clean my house or pick up on a regular basis, it's like a light lift, but it's throughout the week. Way easier than if I wait an entire month and then I have to like deep clean everything. It's like, to me, horrible. I don't like cleaning. I don't know who does. So just something to consider. Okay. So thinking about, do I need to rebuild or do I need to refresh? If MST is not working as expected, before you just say we're going to wipe MST and start over, I would think about what is the actual issue at hand. Is there a way for me to mitigate or fix that issue instead of doing a rebuild? So for example, if there is environment build issues, so there are like medications maybe that exist in production that don't exist in MST. If there are activities that are new, one solution would be to either do manual build or use data courier in order to fix those application specific issues. If it is patient build related, fix those problematic patients, re-teleport or rebuild those patients, and then duplicate them for training. So again, no need to wipe all of MST if there's just 2 training patients that are kind of wonky. Just fix those patients. And then in terms of duplicating patients, that's what we use mitosis for. We'll talk about this more toward the end of class. If mitosis is slow, revise those spreadsheets to see how many patients do we actually need for class, when should those be run. We can update that performance, again, without having to rebuild. Natalie chatting in, she's new to her team. Here's chatter about blowing up MST and starting over. Yes, they are definitely talking about a rebuild if they're blowing up MST. And again, maybe that's the right decision if there's a lot of applications that are out of sync, but maybe issue by issue, we can fix them with these different solutions. And there's actually a critical box that talks about this as well on page 3.11, saying rebuilding MST is a significant time commitment, shouldn't be taken lightly. But again, some of you saying like, we are doing one, this is what we've decided to do. That is okay. I'm not saying you can't do it, but just something to consider in terms of time commitment. Okay, last page here that I want to talk about is the diagram on page 3.12, which has to do with how our environment structure changes when we are doing an upgrade, a refresh, or maybe a complete rebuild. So we want to make a few changes to this environment structure so that if I'm continuing to train on my current MST and I'm also trying to update it, that I can kind of keep both of those initiatives going at once. So I actually kind of mentioned this earlier. If I am doing some sort of maintenance, one of the benefits of having our refresh or backup copy is that I can sever the tie between my MST and my refresh. This allows my refresh environment to stay with the kind of old or current MST environment that I have. I can blow up, as we were saying earlier with Natalie, my MST environment without impacting current training. I'm also going to take one of my ACE environments and connect it to MST. Now, why am I doing that? Why am I moving one of my ACE environments to MST? Exactly. This would be for testing purposes. So I can test my new build in ACE. Make that a little smaller. And then these ACE environments are what I would continue my current training in. Absolutely. So So in general, when we are building for MST, again, whether it be an initial or a refresh or upgrade of some kind, I'm going to test my new build in ACE because it is going to refresh. It's okay if something doesn't work. I can try it again before maybe I do that thing in MST. And that would apply to whether I'm doing my initial build or I'm doing some sort of refresh. There's a spot for you on page 3.13 to just kind of think about what you are personally doing. So again, at the beginning of class, some of you said that you were doing an initial build. Some of you are doing a rebuild. Some of you are just doing ongoing maintenance and optimization. Just kind of thinking about the fact that you might have different timelines. You might be using a varied environment structure as a result. But ultimately, the skills that we're going to talk about in our subsequent chapters are going to remain the same. Building patience, making sure we have the right train tracks, making sure we have the right users, we're logging in and seeing the right things. All those are going to be relevant regardless of what state of build I'm in. All right. Just like our last chapter, I have a little review slide here. You can also reference the study checklist on page 3.18 at the end of this chapter. Here's an interesting review question for you. We didn't explicitly say this, but what environments am I going to find model patients in? A lot of you are typing in MST. If they're in MST, which you're right, where else are they going to be? Matt and Janet, you've got it. Remember our trickle down here, that if I have model patients in MST, they are going to copy down to our refresh environment, then they'll copy down to prep, then they'll copy down to all these other environments that are coming off of prep. Now, I did see a couple of people chatting in these answers. The ones I will not find them in are proof of concept, testing, or production. So there will probably be testing patients in proof of concept and testing, but not my model patients for training. And in production, I'm not going to find training patients. I'm going to find real life patients. What questions do you have about anything that we talked about in this training environments chapter? Let me know in the Q&A what questions you have about these different environments, about rebuilding versus refreshing. Let me know in the Q&A. Okay, I do see a couple of questions coming into the chat. I can answer those, but just to make sure we don't miss questions in the future, make sure you put those in the Q&A rather than the chat. They're asking if you can have a MyChart playground. Yeah, depending on what your workflow is or what people are expected to run through, you might be able to access MyChart through the playground environment. Absolutely. Megan's asking, is it analysts who push out an upgrade to MST that connect ACEs for testing? We'll talk a little bit about some of the other folks involved with creating these environments in the next chapter, so I think that might answer your question. Also looks like Wendy's typing in something more specific for you as well. You say my organization connects playground instead of ACE to MSC during upgrade. Yeah, that's fine. So just going back to this structure here, if you move the playground as you're testing to the MST during a refresh, that makes sense. Again, these are all copies of each other, so that would be an okay way to do it. All right. Looks like Wendy is answering a couple of lingering questions in the Q&A. Thank you for that, Wendy. Let's get started with our next chapter, which leads us right into, once we have our MST environment, like what happens next? How is MST created? And then what do I do with MST once it is built? So I want you to turn with me to page 4.4. After your environments are created, and we'll talk about how they're created at the very beginning of this chapter, I would estimate, again, whether you are building or rebuilding, that about 60% of your time will be about building and troubleshooting patients. So the patient build, what exists in a patient chart, etc. About 30% of your time is going to have to do with our users and providers, so building and troubleshooting to make sure we have the right users and providers, and they have the right tools. And then about 10% of your time is going to be spent doing builds similar to what analysts do. I know we have a couple of analysts on the line, so you might be really familiar with a lot of the tools we're going to talk about in this next chapter. The build that our analysts do in production or in their proof of concept, and then it gets, moved to production eventually, is going to be, making sure that everyone has the right tools, the right records behind the scenes in order to make our workflows functional. And in training, unlike what our analysts do, sometimes we break the rules a little bit to make our training environments work. So although you are not maybe going through a full analyst build track like the analysts at your organization are doing, we do want to make sure that you have the build tools and knowledge necessary to work with some of the records within Chronicles and within Epic in order to adjust your training environment to work for your end users. So for an initial MST build, again, your cookbook is going to have all of these steps for you. But we also want you to know, as you are doing ongoing maintenance, as you are refreshing or upgrading, that you have kind of these tips and skills in order to know, how do I duplicate a record? How do I modify a record? How do I find out more information about a record in order to kind of manipulate records to work for training? So after we talk about the technical setup, this chapter is really going to be focusing in on what are those skills that an analyst has that we also want you as principal trainers or credential trainers to have so that you can modify records within your MST environment. Let's first start with the technical setup for environments. This is on page 4.5. So when we say technical setup, this is going to be done by probably someone that is not you creating these training environments. But we do want you to know who is involved so you have that kind of communication line open and you kind of know when things are going to happen. So as we saw earlier in our training environments chapter, our training environment, or MST, is going to be copied from either our testing environment or production, depending on if your organization is installing or already live. If you are installing Epic, your TST environment is going to go through a couple of rounds of what we call integrated testing. And once that's complete, we can create our MST environment. If you're already live, your MST environment rebuild is going to be created through production. At the bottom of page 4.5, where it says, how are training environments created? Your MST environments are going to be created by what we call the ODBA, and I'll write this on the board as well, which is your Operational Database Administrator. Your ODBA, or Operational Database Administrator, is a member of your technical team, and they're going to make sure that there is space for a training environment. They are going to actually perform that copy of creating MST, and they are also going to set up the refresh schedule to make sure that our ACE environments and our REF environments and all those other environments that we just talked about refresh on the schedule that we have decided. So again, you will not be responsible for creating an environment. Your ODBA is going to do that, but it is important for you to know when that is going to happen and what that refresh schedule is. The other thing that's going to happen during this time is your technical team is going to make sure that you have kind of all of the other tasks to make your environment functional. So for example, if your application uses images that are stored on a blob server, like patient photos or statements or like images. I think of Kaleidoscope, a class that I train stores a lot of things on a blob server, making sure that that is also set up to work with training. So when we as in the Operational Database Administrator, copies, test, or production to MST, they're going to use a tool called the Environment Copy Utility. Now, our testing or production environment includes both static data and dynamic data. And I just want to take a second. I know that we've heard these terms before, but I just want to take a second to talk about what the difference is between these types of data. Can someone give me an example of static data, which would be built by an administrator or builder? What would be some examples of records that are created by administrators? Users are, meds are, anything within the facility structure is, like departments, security, procedures, providers, schedules. Yes, all of these things are created by a builder or an administrator. What about dynamic data? Dynamic data is created when a user does their job, when they're going through a workflow, records are created behind the scenes, maybe without an end user even knowing. What would be some examples of dynamic data? Yeah, orders is one that I certainly think of as a clinical trainer. That when I place an order for a med or procedure, an ORD record is created. Patients is another one. If I am registering a new patient, in that reg workflow, I'm creating an EPT record. In-basket messages. Encounters related to a patient. So remember that encounters, I'm going to actually erase that but talk about it here. Encounters are kind of like contacts within a patient record, but you're absolutely right that when I create or schedule an appointment, an encounter is created. Yeah, test results, any documentation like notes or flow sheets. Absolutely. I'll leave this up for a second in case you do want to write it down, but these bullet points are also on page 4.6 as well. You listed a lot of the examples that are in our training companion, which is awesome. So when we do this one-time copy, both static data and dynamic data is going to be moved over to MST. So in addition to users and medications and procedures and the departments and security classes, It will also bring over orders and in-basket messages and patients, or dynamic data. Now, that isn't necessarily what we want in MST, right? We don't actually want test patients in MST. We don't want those patients to have order records. We actually want to get rid of all of the dynamic data because we're going to be creating our own patients and our own in-basket messages that are going to be specific for training. And so once this one-time copy has happened, your ODBA, or Operational Database Administrator, is going to perform what's called a dynamic data wipe. And it's actually going to get rid of all of the dynamic data in MST. You have a write it down question on page 4.6 asking, once the dynamic data wipe is complete, what remains in MST? And the answer is all static data remains. So as a reminder, that's still facility structure, like departments and location. We still have meds. We still have users and providers, forms. All of those static data pieces will still remain in MST, which is what we want. So we're going to use that static data as part of our workflows and tools for training. Once this dynamic data wipe happens, then your ODBA will make sure that there is space for all of your other environments like ref and playground and ACEs, making sure that those refresh correctly. I'm just curious, how many of you know who your ODBA is? Give me a green check if you know who the ODBA is at your organization. Okay. Not too many of us. That might be because this has already been done, and so you don't need to worry about it. It might be an interesting follow-up task for you, though, to make sure that you do know who that person is in case, refresh schedules aren't working as expected. That would probably be the most common reason why you would contact them after MST has already been created. Just curious. Yeah, about 20% of us know. It's okay. All right. So now that we have this static data in MST, on page 4.7, we might need to make updates to these static records. And this is where all of our admin skills are going to come into play in this chapter. So even if we have a work queue that's already exists, or we have a user record that already exists, or we have a procedure record that already exists, we might tweak those a little bit for training. And so some of the skills that we're going to be talking about in this chapter is how we copy existing records. How do we modify them to work for training? How do I find out more information about a record? And how do I navigate through both hyperspace, which we're probably more familiar with from an end user side of things, but also text, which is where a lot of applications build their records. So in the next part of this chapter, we are going to be focusing on these specific tools. How do I copy an existing record? How do I modify them and link them to the appropriate place in the system? How do I find out more information about a record if I'm unfamiliar with that record? And how do I use my navigation tools to make that happen? Now, in learning about these skills, we do have to have specific examples. So for example, in this next section, we're going to be using work cues and CER rules. Now, depending on what application you support, you might love and live in the world of work cues. Or you might be like me as a clinical user and say, I don't know if I've ever used a work cue as a workflow before. The point of this is not the actual record that we're modifying. The point is to know, how do I copy any record? How do I modify it? How do I link it? How do I find out more information? So even though we will be using specific examples here, I really want you to think about the next part of this chapter and think about applying it to maybe some of your own records that you're familiar with your application that you might need to modify. Before we get into our administrative skills, what questions do you have about anything that we learned about so far? Let me know in the Q&A what questions you have about what we've talked about and where we're going. If you are in the middle of typing a question, keep it coming. Otherwise, on page 4.8, let's learn about our first administrative skill, which is copying existing records. Now, when I teach build classes at Epic to analysts, we talk about this build principle a lot, which is, do I need to create a new record? And if so, how am I going to create that new record? Most of the time we recommend that you copy something that already exists in the system that is similar. This is very the phrase of don't reinvent the wheel comes to mind here. To say, if there is something similar that already exists, don't create something from scratch. Instead, copy it to make a new record. One of the benefits of copying an existing record has to do with maintaining consistency. It also gives us a starting point where we can just change the couple of things that we need specific to training. And having a new record for training rather than modifying that existing record is also going to protect you from overrides. So we'll talk about data courier later, but often if we create a new record, that's going to protect that new training record from being overridden as we migrate new data during upgrades, for example, into MST. So our example to copy an existing record is going to be for a work queue. Now I'm curious, how many of you have either used or built a work queue in the past?
Hello?
Maybe as an analyst, maybe as an end user,
Yes.
maybe you've trained work queues. Give me a green check if that applies to you.
Yeah, are you?
My work queue fans.
Doing good.
Okay. Yeah, about half of us.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are non-clinical specifically, you probably have worked or built a work queue. Vicky is saying, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of work queues, but I am familiar with them. That is fair. If you are like me, coming from the clinical side of things, and you're like, I have never built a work queue or worked in one before. Again, the purpose here is to say, how can I take an existing record and make a copy and modify it? That's the skill that we're just using this example of a work queue for. So page 4.9, let's look at our scenario. This is just our example here. We are going to be copying a work queue for identity. There is an existing work queue that finds all potential duplicate patient records. So the reason that this would exist in the real world is to say, if we have these
Mr. Krieger, what's going on? It's
duplicates,
Devon.
we might want to merge these patient records together.
Mr. Krieger, can you hear me?
What we want to use it for in training is catching duplicates for
Let's see if you can check out a toilet
specific
for me.
patients for our training wheel scenarios.
Let's see if you can check out
So
a
what we're going
toilet
to do
for
is
me.
take that existing work cue and we're going to copy it, modifying it to work for our purposes. And you are going to follow along with me here on page 4.9.
All right. Yeah, all right.
Since this is our first follow along in class, I'm going to turn off my camera just so you can focus on your screen and my screen without any distraction. If you ever get stuck, since this is kind of our first follow along in this system, just a reminder that it's okay to sit back and watch my screen as well, if that's going to be better for your learning. You are logged in right now as a physician from that first exercise. I want you to log out, and we are all going to log in as the same HIM user. I want you to log in as HIM ADM. The password is EPIC. Wendy, if you haven't noticed, has been giving some super helpful hints for us in the chat. So you can always look at the chat if you're not sure what to do next. I'm going to log in as well as my HIM ADM password of EPIC, accepting the default login department. My hyperspace always jumps to my second monitor. Let me pull it back for you here. Next step is actually a potential admin skill in and of itself, which is I have a ton of activities on my toolbar and on my analyst dashboard. What should I do to find an activity easily instead of like reading through this whole list? If I want to find an activity easily, I want to use chart search. Absolutely. What is my keyboard shortcut? I'm a huge keyboard shortcut person for chart search. Control space, right? We control space to control hyperspace. Absolutely. So do this with me. Press control space. Opens up your chart search field, upper right hand corner. I want you to search for potential duplicate work queue maintenance. Now, another skill I have for you is just not typing in more than you have to. In general, less is more. So I'm just typing in potential dupe, and I find my potential duplicate work queue maintenance activity. We are going to be creating a new work queue. So I want you to click new. And why don't you give me a green check when your screen looks like mine? You have a create new work queue window that has appeared on your screen. All right, awesome. Let us know in the Q&A if you ever need any help getting caught up or you get stuck on a particular step. We are going to create a new record here called Your State Abbreviation Potential Duplicate Patients. So I'm just putting this in for you to see. I'm eventually going to put AL because that is Wendy and my state abbreviation. You're going to put your state or province abbreviation at the beginning, just so that we can easily identify your work queue from everyone else's in class. Again, if you're not sure what your state abbreviation is, let us know in the Q&A and we can look it up for you. Your state abbreviation, potential duplicate patients. And remember, the skill here is that we are copying from something similar that already exists. So let's copy from the ID number 1790, which is the all potential duplicate patients work queue. So remember, when we search for a record, we can either search for the name or the ID number. In this case, the ID number was a little bit shorter and easier for me to type in. Once you have put in your new name and the record that you are duplicating, click Accept to create your new work queue record. All right. We are going to edit our work queue here. So very top right in the red bar, find that edit button and give it a click. And we are going to make our work queue active. So when you click edit, which is in the top right corner, it expands this red detail section. You are going to make your work queue active. So one thing to know when you are building a record, whether it is from scratch or you're duplicating, is some records need to be made active or need to be released in order to actually have an impact on the system. And work queues are one of those records that we need to make active in order for it to be kind of available to users. Once again, why don't you give me a green check if you have made your work queue active. Fantastic. Okay, so we have successfully completed our first admin skill of duplicating a record to create a new one. Our next admin skill you're going to explore in exercise 1, and I just want to do a quick demonstration for you before you do this exercise on your own, and that is the skill to control click. Control clicking in a field allows you to see help text and item information about a particular field. So going back to our Chronicles data structure here, we have items and values. Looking at your screen or mine, give me an example of an item in this record. What would an example be of an item or a question? Yes, fantastic. Any of these, the view, users, description, authorized departments, name, type, right? These are all my items. If I want to see more information about my items, like what am I supposed to fill out in this field? Do I have to choose off of a list or is it free text? What is the item number specifically? I can use this skill of control click. So for example, just watch my screen first. I'm going to click in the description field and control click. Now when I do that, an item information window appears. If you are using more than one monitor, this may appear on another monitor. In fact, mine hid right behind the participants window. So if you control click in a field and you're not seeing a little yellow box that says item information, you might want to move around your WebEx tools, see if you can find it hidden behind the scenes on another monitor. Once I have this item information up, I can click more. I'm able to see the item description as well as some details. So I can see, oh, this is a single response item, and I see the INI and the item number. I also see the comment, etc. So in this exercise, on page 409 and 410, you are going to control click in a few of these different item fields in order to learn more. Again, it is not because we're going to be testing you on work queue items, but it's so that you can apply this to other records that you might be building in hyperspace. I'm also going to loop this in with a 10-minute break. So I'm going to give you, let's say, about 7 minutes to explore with control click and a 10-minute break. We will come together at 1:15. If you have any issues or questions as you're working through exercise 1, certainly continue to let us know in the Q&A. We'll see you at 1:15.
Yeah, it is, and I made it where it doesn't, be automatic. Oh, you already did that? Mm-hmm. So it's like open all the time, like they have that second, that's right. But apparently they just don't have it. I mean, I got it. It's the other one. Well, why don't you wanna do that?
Kristen Skinner with a K. CH. Has she been to the classes yet? She has. It's like she's listed as an inpatient nurse, not the other one. Give me let me call you back. Let's see what I can do. All right. Hello. Yes. Okay. Hold on one second. All right. Lowe's card. 819. 819. 2401. 936. 1112.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because it was showing me in use.
400.
Yeah, I told her just to use mine.
Yeah.
Okay. I ran through her downstairs. Okay.
36303.
I was like, but Hillary's didn't do it, and Nelson didn't do it.
5%.
Yeah, we actually had a freaking task on it, overnight.
Yes, ma'am.
To get it to stop doing that, but ours already.
You ask him? Yeah. Just because.
So it's Kristen.
No, it is Kristen because it's not. Okay. There's one other
There were
one.
3 on there that was off Kristen.
One made absolutely no sense. The other one, you see the one with the blue kids?
I didn't pull her up. Well, no, we did. We ended up pulling her up, but
I
we
knew
didn't
she
see
was
nothing on
and he
it.
just got caught. That's probably her. Poor Jeff. It's Tara's fault. She's like, that's Alabama. I was trying to find a woman that I whole time on Facebook, but none of them do.
But no,
That's
she
right.
did. She's just a simple thing.
So it's in one herself. I can't do it.
I am. Make it painful to do it.
But they won't know that was her. He says something. What are y'all scheming over
One of
there?
them I had a couple different issues with.
I'm trying to get her to send a friend request to the one that we're thinking of doing now. Cause her stuff's, I guess, at the private, so you can't see everything. But that she had an Alabama license plate too, that's interesting. So you see some Alabama stuff on Facebook page, she's got it.
You like this one? You like the other? You like the hot shit one? You like that one too?
Hey Denise,
Yeah,
what's the name of an interop nurse?
Dana Campbell.
Dana?
Yeah, Dana.
Thank you.
She's still gonna see that I requested her.
But it was effort.
Why was I on her page?
We like it.
No, she had all the time. Told you. Who's the investigator?
She did it like an outfit. She looked good.
Oh, that's her fault. I mean, next to Bailey.
That's definitely her daughter. She looks just like her. Teach me that. No, how about this?
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you got a chance to finish exercise 1 and take a little bit of a stretch break. I took a quick walk outside of my office, and I just have to say, since everyone's wearing masks on campus, it's always fun to try to identify your coworker with a mask on. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job, but I bet a lot of you can relate to that. Trying to figure out who are people under that mask. I have a quick game for us to play. And I mentioned earlier that I love the fall, but I am not a huge Halloween person. I completely respect those of you who are big Halloween fans, and I want you to shine during this quick game. But maybe you're like me, you're not so much into spooky season. So I'm interested. We're going to play a quick game of Never Have I Ever. These are things that I truly have never done. Give me a green check if you have done this thing related to Halloween. Give me a red X if you are like me and you haven't. And of course, chat in any opinions that you have about these statements. So, first, I have never sewn my own Halloween costume. I have created it from Goodwill items. I have at some point purchased accessories, but I am not good at sewing. Is anyone a very creative Halloween costume maker has sewn their own costume? Janet, Laurel, or maybe your kids? I would be extremely impressed. We have some really awesome seamstresses. If anyone's ever had trainer Elise, she creates all of her own dresses and does an excellent job. I'm just not that crafty. Penny, Laurel, Kelly, Janet, I am interested to know what your Halloween costume was that you sewn. Chat it in if you want. Kelly's a raven. Wow, that seems like that would be really hard. Penny said Batman. Okay, I could do that maybe. Ooh, a 50s poodle skirt? That seems very possible. Maybe not too exact. Laurel did a Pac-Man ghost for her son. That is so cute. Okay, I'm going to clear your green checks and red X's. How about this one? I've never made a pumpkin pie. I made an apple pie for Thanksgiving for the first time last year. I would imagine pumpkin pie is easy. By all of your green checks, about half of you have made a pumpkin pie in the past. I enjoy my mother's pumpkin pie. That counts for something, right? Okay, people saying it's easy. Maybe this is something I'm going to have to add to my fall bucket list, because I do enjoy pumpkin pie. I've just never made it before. All right, let's go to the next one. I have never decorated the outside of my house for Halloween. How about you? Are you someone who puts, I don't know, like spider webs on the bushes? Or big blow-ups, or like graveyard tombstones?
Then don't do it.
Let me know. We're pretty divided. More people do this than don't. I think my favorite one, if I was ever going to decorate, I love the witch that like hits the tree and it looks like they ran into the tree. I think that's so cute. We just don't have one. Matt says that their husband does. Chloe says they have parents that don't even want to walk up to their door during trick-or-treating. Is it so scary, Colby? What do you have in your front yard? Oh my gosh. We have a lot of people in our neighborhood who do this, but I just don't. We also don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters. I think maybe if I had more trick-or-treaters at my house, I would be more motivated, maybe. Okay. This is probably the one that gets the most opinions, guys. So I just need to confess, we've gotten to know each other over the last couple of hours, so I trust you with this information. I've never seen the movie Hocus Pocus. How about you? Is this a travesty? Do I need to add this to my list? Let me know. Priscilla says, gasp, that's a sin. Zuri says they watch it every year. William says it's just okay. All right. Okay, a lot of people have very strong opinions that I need to see this movie. I know. You guys, I hope we can still be friends after this game. Matt is suggesting maybe some adult beverages with it. Okay, Matt. Okay, Hillary also saying I need to see Beetlejuice and The Witches. I have never seen either of those movies either. Can you believe that? I love the book The Witches, though. Does that count? Jammies plus Hocus Pocus and candy is a good Halloween night, Megan. That does sound amazing. It is kind of spooky outside right now, so maybe I need to watch it this weekend. Okay, I have some homework to do. You guys need to learn training environment build. I need to research Hocus Pocus. Priscilla, I've also never seen Nightmare Before Christmas. I know, these aren't even scary movies, but I'm such a scaredy cat, you guys. I'm afraid that they're gonna be too scary. Okay, I hope that we can still be friends. I do have Disney Plus, Aileen, so it seems like we're gonna be okay. Okay, thank you for the support. Let's get back to our training environment build, which I have done before. I want to just put up the answers to your exercise 1, and I want you to let me know what questions you have about that control click. Again, this is not something I'm going to test you on. Like, what does authorized departments mean? But the fact that you can figure out what it means through that control click is really the skill that we're getting at. So I'll give you 30 seconds here. You can compare your screen with mine. And I will pick up our next skill.
And I already messaged Jennifer saying, did you make it where like they didn't have to put it in, it just showed them like, yeah, I already did it. So it automatically just shows up. And it's still not right.
Right. Let's turn to page 4.12.
It's not a lot, sorry.
Our next administrative skill is understanding rule-based logic. I'm going to ask this again.
Yeah, then that would be a lot.
How many of you have built or dealt with a CER rule before? Give me a green check. Like another never have I ever. Has anyone built or modified a CER rule before? Okay, about 20% of us. Unlike work cues, rules are common in Epic. Rules are used by almost every application in some aspect. So if you are an analyst, if you are friends with your application analyst, they likely build or modify rules. So this is certainly a good skill to know how rules work and how the logic works within those rules. So what I'm actually going to do here is I am going to demo using a rule in a work queue, and then we're going to talk about what the logic within those rules. Okay, so I'm going to be following the steps on page 4.13, but you do not need to follow along with me. In fact, please do not follow along with me as I do this quick demo. So what I am going to do is I am going to create a new rule. So I'm going to deactivate the rule that is currently impacting my work queue. So one thing that was on the last slide is that rules will only impact a spot if they are linked or plugged in somewhere. In this case, I have a rule that is linked to this work queue. Now, I actually have a question for you, just like a thinking question of how things work. Where did this rule come from? In other words, why is there a rule already linked in my work queue? I didn't build a rule yet. Why is there already a rule linked in here? Yes, Ernesto, Rico, Kelly, Christina. Remember when we made a copy of our work queue, that this copied over from that existing. So even though we didn't build this, when we copied, everything carried over, including this linking. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is deactivate this rule from my work queue, and then I'm going to add a new rule. And I'm going to create a new rule called just the TED300 work queue rule. Now, if you look with me in the scenario on page 4.13, this is what I want my rule to contain. I'll pull this over, we can look at it together here. I want this rule to look for potential duplicate statuses of new or needs more research. I want it to look to see if the duplicate patient record contains the word Leroy and the original patient record contains the word Leroy. So remember, I took this existing work queue and I copied it for my purposes, and now this rule is going to evaluate, does this list contain a word Leroy that has a status of new or needs more research? I want you to turn to page 4.14. Turn to page 4.14. I am in my rule now, and again, you're just watching my screen. My rule has a context of identity events. My rule has a context of identity events. And you have to write it down on page 4.14, asking about what a rule context is. So let's just define it together here. A rule context is determining where a rule can be used in the system, and which properties can be evaluated. So you can write that down if you are filling out those write it downs on page 4.14. A rule context determines where a rule can be used in the system and what properties can be evaluated. So I mentioned earlier that rules are used by almost every application within Epic. Depending on what application I am, I'm going to deal with different rule contexts because I'm going to use that rule in a different way. The reason that this context is identity events, we didn't have to define it, is because we created it from within our work queue. So our work queue was smart enough to know what context we needed to use. If I was accessing this rule editor from chart search, for example, I would need to define the context on my own. So at this point, I did actually create this rule from scratch. So you'll notice that there are no active lines. I don't have anything within this record at this time. What I am going to add are properties and values. Properties and values. Properties are items or pieces of data. Operators are the relationship between my property and value. And values are the data returned. There's not a place for you to write this down in your companion. I'll point these out when I add some properties and values, but these are the main 3 pieces of terminology that we'd like you to know about a rule. So my property is the thing being evaluated. My value is the specific answer or data. And my operator is how do those 2 pieces work together. So again, watching my screen, I'm going to add some properties and values to my rule. I could expand these trees here in order to see all of my properties, but it's certainly going to be easier for me to enter a search term. So the first thing that I'm looking for is potential duplicate status. And I can add that as a property within my rule. Now, based on my scenario, I want this property of potential duplicate status to equal new or needs research. So just to bring my terminology back around, this is my property, potential duplicate status, my operator, which is equals, and my value, which in this case is new or needs more research. I'm going to add 2 other properties and corresponding values based on my scenario here. We're looking for duplicate patient record. I am looking to see that's not the one I want. Let me double check here. Oh yeah, I'm looking to see if the first name contains Leroy. So that's the property I'm going to look at is name first. I want to see if the duplicate patient record contains the name Leroy. And I also want to see if the original patient record contains the name Leroy. So I have my potential duplicate status is new or needs more research. And then I'm looking to see if the first name of the duplicate patient record has Leroy in it or the original patient record has Leroy in it. So at this point, I have 3 different lines of properties and values. The way that these 3 properties and values are going to work together is done through my evaluation logic. My evaluation logic can either be and, or custom logic. In this case, my evaluation logic is and, which means that all of my lines need to be true in order for my rule to return as true. I could use or logic if I just wanted one of those things to be true in order for my rule to be true, or custom if I wanted it to be something like line 1 and line 2 need to be true, or line 3 and line 4 have to be true. So I could get pretty complex with my logic if I want to.
Sorry. It's Monday. We both need gracious
So going back to my rule here, again, my AND logic is saying that all three of these properties and values need to be true for my rule to return as true. And there was a good question that came in that Wendy answered that I just want to bring back around, which is someone asked what str means. It's just string. So I'm saying in my kind of free text string response, it should contain the word Leroy. Yeah, great question. Okay. Before I close out of this, just a couple of things that I want to call out about a rule here. One handy tool is the usage button, where I can find out where this rule is used. Now, if I click the usage button right now, where is this rule used right now? Just in that one work queue where I created it, right? So the only thing that's being impacted right now is the work queue that I made it from. If I created this from scratch in the rule editor, not from a work queue, it wouldn't be linked anywhere. I can also use the test button to find out if this rule works. So a pretty handy tool here if I want to test it out before I actually link it somewhere or have it impact my users. All right, at this point, I am going to accept my rule. I guess before I close out of this though, what questions do you have about the terms related to our rule-based logic? Give me a green check if you're feeling good, or a red X if you have a question about anything related to this rule editor. I want to close out of it if there's a question. Okay. Not seeing any red X's, so I'm going to accept my rule here. And I'm now at the bottom of page 4.15. Now my work queue rule that I just created is impacting my state's potential duplicate patient work queue list. But I actually want to make this rule impact all of our work queues as well. So what I am going to do here, double checking that my work queue is active, I want you to close out of your potential duplicate work queue workspace. So you can follow me here. Let's exit out of your work queue maintenance workspace. And then you can take your hands off the keyboard as I add this rule to all of our work queues. I'm going to go to the work queue list activity and go to the potential duplicate work queue list. And here it's cool. I can see all of your work queues. So I see all of your state work queues. What I am going to do is I am going to scroll to the bottom and shift click to highlight all of our work queues. And I'm going to manage rules. So all 36 of these work queues here, I am going to remove the all potential duplicates rule. All duplicate patients, I'm going to remove that rule. And instead, I'm going to add the rule that I just created as a demo, my TED300 work queue rule. Ooh, it looks like some of us followed along. I'm not sure which one was the one that I created. So I'm going to choose the first one here, and I'm hoping that if you followed along with me that you built it correctly. The type of rule that I created was a dynamic routing rule. What that just means, it's different than context, but what it just means is that it will run or dynamically update as patient accounts get created. All right. With that, I'm going to accept. It lets me know that I am performing this action on a lot of queues, but that is what I meant to do. So I'm going to continue through. And I want you to turn with me to page 4.16. So just to recap what we did here. What we just did is we duplicated a work queue. I created a CER rule evaluating Leroy duplicates. And I applied this rule to all of our work queues.
Yeah.
In order to test this build,
Get some coffee.
what do I need to do? Chat in. It's going to be our next skill here. If I want to test to see if my work queue and my CER rule works, what do I need to do? Kelly's got it. Christopher's got it. Yes, absolutely. This is actually really close to your write it down on page 4.16, which is that we need to create 2 patients that have the first name of Leroy.
I take it around 8 o'clock in the morning.
If we did our build correctly, once the second Leroy patient is created with that name of Leroy, the system is going to identify that duplicate, and it will show up on our work queue.
No.
Before we do that, what questions do you have about our game plan?
Like after lunch.
I can imagine taking it twice.
But the early, well, they don't want to do nothing and their appetite is there and they won't want to get out of bed and they got no. And so,
And they were in the food.
So they would take it like twice a day, but the
Right.
earlier the better. So
I want to get you set up for success here, and then you are going to do this testing as an exercise, or at least the setup to the testing.
Because the earlier you take it, the more it'll wear off. I don't know the half-life and all the actual stuff, but.
In hyperspace, still logged in as your HIM administrator, you're going to create your patients through the identity manager activity.
But I don't want
So
to
in
get on
exercise
sleep
3,
medicine. I don't want to
you're going to create
take
2
Provigil to
patients
stay
that both
awake
have
and
the same
go
first
to
name
bed
as
and
Leroy.
take something to fall- You know what I mean?
And you are going to do that through this identity manager activity. Once you are done creating those test patients, I'll have you give me a green check. And then we'll be able to test our work queues together. I'll do a demo to see if our work queues were populated with patients. Before we do that, there's actually 2 people that are chatting in really similar questions here, which is just saying, big picture. I like typing things on the screen, so I hope that's okay with you guys. Big picture. The goal of this is to say we built a record through duplication. We applied rule-based logic, and we tested our build. So it is not necessarily specific to work queues, although we are using that as an example, but hopefully we can apply these skills to different situations to say, I know how to build a record through duplication. I know how to control click in the system to find out more information. I know how a CER rule works with those properties and values. And now I'm going to be able to test my build. And the reason that we want to know these things is you might need to tweak different records in your training environment in order to make them work for training specific scenarios. Okay, I'm going to have you go through exercise 3 on your own. Why don't you give me a green check when you are done? I'm guessing that we'll regroup about 5-0 after the hour, but we'll just see. Give me a green check when you're done, and then we'll kind of recap what we just did. folks, real quick, when you create your Leroy, it's with your assigned last name. I just want to bring back that pre-class email. Your assigned last name can be found in the red section of your pre-class email. If you're not sure, double check your pre-class email. If you're still not sure, we can look it up for you.
Sometimes if it's at home, this printer's stupid.
It fought for its right to act stupid.
That's right, and I stand by its right to be stupid. But I can tell it this, if it don't get its shit done straight, we'll throw it out that window.
That's right.
All right, folks, let's take one more minute, and then I'll demo the testing of the work cues at the bottom of page 17. those green checks, even if you didn't get a chance to create your test patients, we're still going to be able to see kind of the reap the rewards of those of you who were able to get through both Leroy creations. So just take a look at my screen here. I'm on the potential duplicates work queue list, and I'm going to use my work queue that I created as an example. Now check out, and sometimes work queues do take a while to refresh, but as I manually refresh, I see that there are patients on a lot of these lists. And when I open up my specific work queue list, I see a ton of Leroy's that are being returned based on that rule. So this work queue is identifying, based on the CER rule that was linked within my work queue, what patients are new or needs more research that have that duplicate Leroy first name. So I'm hoping, as I kind of scroll through here, that if you built both Leroy patients, you are seeing your assigned last name. If you are not seeing it, that doesn't mean that you built it incorrectly. It might just take a second for the system to kind of refresh and recognize it. Or it might be that you didn't quite finish those two test patients in that exercise. What questions do you have about creating this test patient and testing out our build before we do a little bit of summarization? Let me know what questions you have in the Q&A. Scrolling up for you, William. I don't see your Murray state yet, but again, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just might take a second. Oh, there it is. Once I refreshed it, there you are, William. Found it. Nice work. Other questions, let me know. And again, if yours isn't quite appearing, it might just take a second. It doesn't mean that you built it wrong. In fact, if I go back to the work queue list and refresh, I can see that just in the time frame I opened it, it was at 36 patients and now it's at 45. So I'm seeing a lot more get added kind of as time goes on and it refreshes. Yeah, and our resident billing expert, Wendy, who works with work queues a lot, is reassuring us that, in fact, it does sometimes take a while to populate. Let's summarize our knowledge on page 4.18. A slide for us here as we summarize our knowledge. So I said at the very beginning of this chapter that a lot of building a new MST environment or building a rebuilding or fixing an existing one is doing troubleshooting, right? A lot of that is going to be related to user and patient troubleshooting. Some of it is going to be related to troubleshooting with build, like the kind of build that we just practiced together. So these scenarios are kind of troubleshooting based questions. So let's see if we can answer these together. What happens if we created a new work queue, but we can't find it on the work queue list? So just to bring us back here, this is my work queue list here. What if you think you created one with your state abbreviation, but you can't find it? What probably did you miss? Lots of people chatting in the right answer. Yeah, probably you need to mark it as active. That's going to be the most common thing. Another thing to check, are you in the right user's workspace? So again, this troubleshooting tip could relate to several records. If you think you built a record but you can't find it, did you release it or mark it as active? Are you logged in as the right user?
you have anything available Thursday around 11?
The next piece is something that I did. What if we created a work queue and we need to add a rule to it? Yes, Colby, thank you for not overthinking this. Natalie as well. In my work queue,
Yes.
I'm going to click add, and then I'm going to search for that rule and make it active.
Okay. Awesome.
So my kind of skill here is that records need to be linked together. If I have records that I want to work together, I need to make sure that they are linked in some way. In this case, I could make the most gorgeous CER rule in the world, but it's not going to impact my work queue if I don't add it to my work queue, right? I need to link it together. Okay, next one. We've created a new rule and want it to apply to all of the work queues used. How did I do that? This is something I did in a demo. Yes, fantastic. A couple of things. I had to select all the work queues, and I did that by doing a shift click to select all of the work queues on that list. And then I could right click the specific activities like manage rules to add to all of my work queues at once. So this is really an efficiency tip here. Find ways in the system to make sure that you're like applying or duplicating things all at once instead of doing things individually. That would take a really long time, especially since I think I updated like 40 work queues all at once. Would not want to do that individually. Let me know what questions you have about the skills that we practiced using work queues as an example. If you're in the middle of typing a question, keep it coming. We'll answer it as we see it. Otherwise, we are coming up on our midday break here. So a couple of things. We're not quite done with this administrative skills chapter. So after our midday break, Wendy is going to be picking up on page 4.19. We will be jumping into text, which is going to be a fun experience. I love working in text, and I hope that you do too. She will wrap up this chapter and then start to get into some other build as well, getting ready for other skills related to MST build. So it is almost noon here Central Time. Let's come back at 1 o'clock Central Time. So in an hour and 1 minute, you get an extra minute of your midday break. In that time, Wendy and I will be switching presenters, so you will need to reopen your windows when you come back from your break. If you have any questions in the meantime, Wendy and I will be grabbing lunch and have a couple of meetings, but we will answer those questions as we see them in the Q&A. So if you have a question, don't hesitate to put that in the Q&A during our break. All right, enjoy your break. Wendy and I are going to switch presenters now. If you want to reopen your windows, you can. Otherwise, we'll see you at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Well, I mean, I tried to say that in her place, and they were like, well, I think you should call them. And I'm like, okay, it's not true. So, but, I mean, like, I can let her know, we can, check and see if it's something on the screen, but like, these are not my screens, okay, nothing to do with them. And when Stephanie commented on the ticket, she said it's not being edited. So I don't know if it was an upgrade thing, I think it's because they moved this morning and it's not on Sunday, which I put in the ticket. Because at first, when I called them, they said, oh, you know what, she put in some chart. I was like, well, maybe it's my error. And then she said, no, they were in a different chart, and then I put the chart randomly. And I went in as a test manager. I didn't go in as myself, which I mean, I could do that too and get to it eventually. And see if it glitches for me like it does a test manager. My guess was that not anybody that was in Tuesday with me, and that's probably going on in the but I did show them how to reset that session, so they don't have to call it back in every time. They were like, thank you so much. Somebody showed me, so. And that's what I don't know what tickets they need. That may not be anything to do with billing. Maybe, maybe something that is to that activity. That's what maybe that too. I don't know. Maybe they're conservative because what it was crazy. So I mean, like, we could just pick anybody and just give them how many. You can see. So my setup is a little bit different, but this is the way that I
it and they click on this. So before I click on it, I'm gonna control click it. Well, that's why I went right here. I said, well, maybe, because I knew you did the error one for like the morning time. Yeah, I was at least gonna take to be able to give you something that would tell you what it was. So it's crazy. Yeah. That was a doctor's report that shouldn't have been made. I moved two things. Those were in the closet. That shouldn't have anything to do with it. You're looking for something from the HDC or from the hmm? Well, I know Stephanie Green and the legal and who else is with HB and James and stuff like that. And then Daniel Ward and Tiffany Gibson and Charles Rose. That's why I wonder if it's like a jump to activity thing instead of it's like a jump to activity though. Mm-hmm. That's it. Private pay. I don't think private pay is off cert, but I mean, it's got to be the bill. Yeah. Unless it's something we don't know, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, they have a lot, but it's either that or the hospital billing with the accounts, like the in-hospital accounts and stuff, and it overlaps, but it's probably something in there that, so the last upgrade, um, there was something that they TS, and it wasn't doing that senior person, but we did it before her or something, but the TS, the payment updated something with registration, and they couldn't get any assets or any, I can't remember, there was something that his name couldn't do anything with. And when we talked to the TS, they knew exactly what it was, and I said, oh, I changed something this morning, and I changed it back, so that's probably what it is. And it took like an hour, and then they fixed it. I think it got to do with the offset, but I can't remember. That's why I just think it's something that TS for them, and it may be something in them going from this offset into that activity that's the link between it. Because I don't know that HB has to go to the offset to go to the account activity. That's how case management gets to it. So there may not be anything burning with account activity, it just may be getting from here to there. I don't know. Because I don't know anything about how much it's not from here, and I don't know where it is. So I'm not supposed to be doing that. Mm-hmm. T300 is not our screen either, like they use it, but I mean, the updates that we made to that, we made it pages. But the account activity screen is hospital billing. So I don't know, maybe a combination. I honestly, I don't know.
Yes, they added that at the very end. Yep.
Hey Denise, could you text Vicky and tell her that Skinner is in there now? Apparently, I don't have a number anymore for some reason.
They added it for like,
Sure.
so for protection, right?
Vicky Emmons?
Yeah.
It is 618, area code 334, 618-9419.
Yeah, apparently I have a class today in Finn Networking, but no one ever told me. They normally like send out a list of what classes are for the week. And the only thing I had was that UD Tech, remember those? The April's cover for me. This was long. Do what you say? Normally, they send a list out weekly of what classes are coming up. Yeah. This was not on there, it was just at Tech, remember? Yeah. It's not on there, but they got 2 people in Finn Networking that never told me. Good thing I was able to come in.
I'm going to order a sub from Publix. You want anything?
Taco Bell. So she asked you if, why she asked you? Like y'all decided to tell us this.
wonderful. I love it. Surprised he doesn't have his hands all over those kids or smelling their hair or whatever. God, he's so clueless.
I remember why I haven't updated the tip sheet this time. You know, making freaking patient septic and get a new picture. The old one, the one that's on there is where they have manual installed on it.
Yeah.
And then a new picture.
You may put one.
I hate
Have one
doing
good
sometimes.
house if you want this to screenshot from that.
Okay. I told, he said what time that we have two. I said they can head over whenever. I said which two is it? I have three on the list. And you know what he texted me back? Two.
No.
What is wrong with him? Did that sound like what I asked? That was definitely not what I asked. Which two is it? I have three on the list. Two. Brandon, do you have a screenshot of the new sepsis TPA?
Probably not.
It keeps freaking changing, so I don't have it.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't have the new one, but it has the one where it has all the lactates at the bottom.
I got that one.
Instead of the timer on the bottom.
Will you send me that?
Oh, you merged that again? So the ED uses inpatient, so she was updating their tip sheet too, and I just told her that, I mean, that's good enough. I just
Neither.
The only difference between hers, the screenshot and hers, and what it looks like now is I updated some of the wording a little bit, and there's only the initial lactate for inpatient and then the initial ARV. That's the only thing that's different between hers. Hers has the 4 lactates at the bottom and a little bit of words. So
I'll just make another patient sample.
so that's screenshot.
I mean, we need an accurate screenshot, so I'll just. It'll be later though. I'm about to go teach a class. So okay. Well, when I'm done, I'll do it, and then I'll send you the picture.
That's what I said. I was like, whenever you can. Like, that's your turn. That's not about to
Well, I had been updating it, and then I got sick of it changing, so I was like, I'm just gonna let it simmer for a while, and when we stick with something, I'll update it again. But I don't think we're sticking with this.
Oh, well, we have a meeting Friday.
Yeah.
But that's not supposed to be a meeting on, we're gonna change the bill. That's
From all
supposed
those
to be
emails,
then.
it sounded like we
Oh,
were wanting to
no.
change shit.
Jessica's well aware that she's gonna run into a fire, that's why I'm having a meeting with her right now, so she understands all of it.
So,
But she is all for utilizing what we have now,
yeah.
and once we have that ironed out, then we can work on
Is
the
she
other things.
gonna make a decision over Dr. Azook now?
She is the sepsis committee chairperson.
No, but it's not her to do.
So I've asked for this and her, Dr. Donnie fusses about other things, I'm like, well, those are entities, and they make examples, so they don't, Dr. Gandhi said they'll order blood cultures, but they won't ever get done. Well, that's their problem for
Yeah.
inpatient, or if they, the JICs and the ER, again, that's their problem because they're not doing it. Like, that's nothing to do with, that's not
I
us.
had an email from Brooke, and she was like, Dr. Manny was stressing because I guess the JIC was ordered, but the nurse didn't get the urine. But I'm like, well, if it was ordered, then they had the urine already in the lab. So what was it for the nurse to do? And it won't be up to us.
Half of the issues that Gandhi brought up in this meeting that we had that I was just supposed to be doing, which wasn't supposed to be what it was. I was like, oh, we're going to do it, everybody is doing it. But Dr. Manny was like, hey, to demo the BPAs to the workflow. That was all I was supposed to be doing, but it ended up being a master wants to change this, we need to change this, we need to change that. And we do it. Gandhi did this, and then Gandhi did, he was on the her complaints where, well,
when we order this, you know, it doesn't get done. Okay, well, this is where the nurse sees it, or this is where the lab sees it, and that's nothing to do with me. It's there. They see it.
Yeah.
Whether your nurses are doing their job or not. You don't need a tip sheet. It literally shows you the different things for
Why
lab.
do we need a tip sheet for the sepsis BPA? It's a BPA.
The only reason that we need to tip because they utilize
This is
it.
proper.
And this is us doing as much as we can before I officially go, again, this is your problem now. We gave you what you
Yeah,
need, bye.
every BPA you should address, like, you shouldn't dismiss any BPA, so why do you need a tip sheet? Do what it says.
They've been dismissing a lot of them. Yeah, well, I fixed one of them, which was a COVID BPA that popped up on every single patient that either has been around somebody on the travel team that's been positive for COVID, or is positive for COVID. I said, hey, you kind of shut up. Well, I fixed that because it was some extension that nobody owned, and it was something that they put in the dentist without telling anybody. And I locked it out for 160 hours. It populated again eventually, so I can't remember these times. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm gonna have it 160 hours to clear up. So then there, at least the what some of it do. So we'll get to the there ain't supposed to add anymore.
We'll go ahead and make this patient septic so when I'm done with the class, so.
Well, it'll automatically fire now.
Oh,
As soon
yeah.
as if you mark all the vitals terrible,
Yeah,
you should get it. Is it ER patient?
yeah.
Yeah. If you mark all the vitals terrible, you should get it. Because that makes them 6 for the nurse. Because I always got it every time I do the triage vitals now.
And probably not.
But yeah, since it's
All right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. We are going to get started with a quick Sporkle game. You may have noticed that over break, your windows closed on you because we did switch presenters. So you might need to open your chat window, your participants window, that Q&A window again, just to have them ready to go for class. But if you can hear my voice, could you please give me a green check mark in that participants window to let me know? Oh, thank y'all. That is wonderful. Good. Just wanted to make sure that my audio is working. You know, I was double muted this morning, so I have to check that out right away this afternoon. All right, we are going to play a quick Sporkle game. So I'm going to display my screen here. This is one of the challenging Sporkle games. What we need to do is we need to try and name all of the colors of the rainbow, all of the 7 deadly sins, all of the Great Lakes, all of the 7 dwarfs, and all of the official UN languages in a minute or less. So when I click play quiz, you can go ahead and start typing your answers into the chat window, and I will do my best to keep up with your responses. If I don't type something that you typed in right away, just keep typing it until I do type it, because those answers go by really, really quickly for me in that chat window. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to click play here, and I see we've already got some rainbow colors: red, blue, orange, yellow, green, um, indigo, excellent, envy, sloth, gluttony, greed, violet, yep, perfect, Erie, Huron, Michigan, Superior, Ontario, nice. We've got a lot of folks that know those Great Lakes. Happy, I see that. Sleepy, sneezy, dopey, excellent. Doc, grumpy, beautiful. English, French, and again, if I miss something that you've already typed, just type it again until I get it. Russian, um, Spanish, excellent. Bashful, ooh, nice. Ooh, and I wasn't fast enough. Y'all, this is the best that I've ever done on this game. And if I were able to type a little bit more quickly, you probably would have gotten 100%. So good for you. Average score on this is 60%. With that 84%, you would have passed your epic exam. So high five there. That is 5 in 1 Sporkle. All right. We are going to bring you back. We left off on page 4-19 in your training companion. So I want you to pull that up really quickly, 4-19, which is page 65 in your PDF. We're going to be taking a look at another administrative skill that's going to be really important for you as a principal trainer. Now, I know Kayla had mentioned this before or had asked before if there was anybody that used text, but I'm going to ask again. And in that participants window, if you could let me know, oh, I have to find my cursor. Hang on one second. If you could let me know if you have used text by giving me a green check mark in that participants window. Have you ever used the text interface before? Nice. I'm seeing there are only a handful of folks that have. probably those principal trainers that have a little bit of experience with us today. So text is going to be one of the tools that we use. You are familiar with using hyperspace from the fundamentals classes that you've taken, whether that was through an analyst certification, whether that was through your curriculum certification. Text is another interface that your analysts will use, but your end users will not use. This is where a lot of build gets done, and it happens to be the place where our training tools exist. So we're going to get familiar with how to use text. Now, why are we covering this in this chapter? Well, it's another one of those skills that's a little bit different. You've used hyperspace, you know I can use my mouse in hyperspace, I can search for things in hyperspace really easily. Text has a very different look and feel to it. So we want to give you a little bit of practice using text. And because of that, I'm going to turn my camera off while we do this follow along because I want to make sure that your full attention can be on the text tool. So let me go ahead, let me turn off my camera here. And I want you to go to your access.epic.com page, that access.epic.com page that you logged in to at the very beginning of class today. You may have gotten logged out and you might need to re-log in. If that's the case, that's okay. From this access.epic.com page, I want you to select the virtual training text icon. Virtual training text. And just like before, if you get the sassy cow that stares back at you, if you get that little pop-up that asks you to select your environment, we are in train 1046. So you want to make sure that if you get a pop-up to select an environment, you're selecting TRN 1046. Now, once you have that login window that pops up after that after you select your training environment, and once your login window pops up, I want you to give me a green check in the participants window to let me know that you do have a text session open and you're ready to log in. So green check mark once you get a screen that looks like what I'm displaying. And I'm just going to wait here for a second. Yep, it's going to ask for a password. I promise I will take you through that in a second. You will have to type in a password first. I just want to make sure everybody can get to this screen that says log in for a password. Perfect. I'm seeing a lot of green check marks here. That's excellent. I'm still seeing some folks that are still getting that text window up and running. Yeah, so sometimes if you wait too long with text, you might get an error message that says something like remote side unexpectedly closed network connection. Just go back to access.epic.com and click that text icon again, and it should allow you to then open up text and select that environment. So again, just go back to that desktop scene and try selecting that environment again. Beautiful. I'm seeing lots of green check marks. So we are going to move forward. Again, you can use that Q&A window if you're having any questions. The steps for this are still on page 4-1965 in your training companion. If it's giving you that error message multiple times, try completely logging out of the access.epic.com page. So try completely logging out of this page, maybe even closing the browser, and then try relaunching access.epic.com. That usually just means you're having a server issue. Because most people do have this window open. I'm going to say that if you can't get it open right now, we're not actually going to use this at this moment. We're not going to use it right now. So don't worry if you can't follow along. We're going to be diving into text a little tomorrow, and you can just watch my screen as I do this. Now you saw that I got that icon or that information that I waited too long. So I'm going to go ahead and call up this environment again and just try to move a little bit faster so we can get you logged in. There we go. Text is always going to ask for a password first. So in that initial password field, I'm going to have you type in the word train, all lowercase, and press enter. Now, you notice that when I typed in train, my cursor did not move. Your cursor will not move. It is okay. Trust yourself and press enter after you type train. Okay? Trust yourself. After you type train, press enter. At the user ID prompt, you're going to take that state abbreviation. So it should be the state, the same state that's on your classroom information sheet, ADMIN, and combine that with the word admin, your state, ADMIN. If nothing is happening, just watch my screen for right now. That is okay. Just watch my screen and you'll get a chance to work with text later. So type in your state abbreviation, the state from your classroom information sheet, ADMIN. For the user ID, it does not matter if it's uppercase or lowercase. Just type in your state, ADMIN, that state from your classroom information email. And the password for that user ID is train, all lowercase again. So in the password field, it is case sensitive. You do need to make sure that you are using all lowercase letters when you type in train.
I'll be back.
Again, just like before, we're using super secret ink when we type in that password field, so the cursor isn't even going to move. You just have to trust yourself and press enter after you type in that password of train. So again, the steps that I took were to type in an initial password of train, then press enter, type in a user ID of my state abbreviation, ADMIN, and then a password of train, all lowercase again. And once you are logged in and you're seeing this copyright screen with me, go ahead and give me a green check in that participants window. Brilliant. I'm seeing lots of green check marks in there. Kayla's been doing a great job of typing those instructions into the chat window for you. And not only can you find them in the chat window, you can also find them on page 65 or 4-19 in your training companion. I'm going to clear my screen really quickly just to do a double check of my participants window and make sure that everyone is able to log in. And again, if you can't follow along, that is okay. Or if you just want to sit back and watch for right now, that is absolutely fine. You will get plenty of opportunities during class to work with text. Go ahead and press enter to continue. And you should be taken to a training application access menu screen. Now I'm going to do a quick switch here. I've already got a text window loaded. I just want to make it really clear when you're looking at my screen versus when you are working in your own text session. So your text session background should be white. I've just changed mine so that it is black. So that way you've got a really good differentiator when you're looking at the WebEx versus when you're actually working in text. The fun thing about text is that you cannot use your mouse in text. And so you need to rely on keyboard navigation to get you to where you need to go in order to access the tools that you need to use for the build that you need to update. And so you can see from this very first menu, we basically have a list of application options that we can select to enter into to see more choices. We also have at the bottom of our screen a prompt that asks us what we want to do. So your cursor should be green, should be in the bottom of that screen. So I'm getting a question, why is this like MSDOS instead of an interface? Text was how Epic was created at first. And over the years, we've moved a lot of our build activities into hyperspace, but there are still some things that exist on the text side that our analysts will use. So it's just based on the fact that current development supersedes moving working things from text into hyperspace. And so there's still some stuff that has to be done in text instead of in hyperspace. This is not something that your end users will ever have to use, but you as a builder for your MST build will be coming in here to use some training tools. So some applications are listed, some applications might not be listed here. So ASAP, you are probably going to find some information under clinical administration, some of your settings under clinical administration. If you're not seeing your application, do not worry. Do not worry. Because this is keyboard navigation, I'm giving you a link to a document in that chat window that might come in handy later on, just in case you forget how to navigate in text. The document that I've linked out to you, you don't need it during class because I'm going to tell you what to do. Kayla and I will tell you what keys to press. But for a quick reminder, the document that I just posted has some text shortcuts in it that might be helpful for you later on. So to get used to navigating in text, I want you to turn to page 420 or 66 in the PDF version of your companion. That is 4-20 or 66 in the PDF version of your companion. And we are all going to enter into our Chronicles option. Now remember, Kayla told you earlier, Chronicles is how Epic stores data. It's that huge set of filing cabinets. So right now, by selecting the Chronicles menu, it's like we're walking into that huge hall full of filing cabinets. And the way that we select this Chronicles option is by typing the number that's associated with Chronicles in our menu options at our prompt below. So press 8 on your keyboard and then press enter, and you're taken into Chronicles. And again, the big picture here is just to get a feel for how to move within text. How are we going to navigate if we can't use our mouse? When we enter into Chronicles, and again, you are following with me, don't look for your specific application in that main list. We're just going to head into Chronicles, so just follow along with me. When you enter into Chronicles, we're asked, what master file do we want to open? So this is like being in that hall of cabinets and deciding which drawer to open. And Kayla told you earlier that master files go by a 3-letter abbreviation called an INI. We want to open our user INI. So at our user record master file. So at the database initials prompt, we're going to type in EMP, EMP, because that's the INI for our user master file.